guess it's time to get started. Have something other than a blank screen to stare at. Look at this sick transitions. Here we go. Boom. There we go. We've upped the production quality since last time. We have transitions, which are very important because I use them once every now and then. But more importantly, we actually have alerts now. So if anyone follows, looking at this bad boy. Oh god, that was loud. Now we got real alerts, so we can thank people. And you get a little monkey too. I don't know why the monkey's there, but I decided to use the same icon for everything. Also, from last time I realized that one of the things that could have been improved is when you join the stream, you really don't know what I'm working on. So we can do one of these bad boys here to put what we're actually doing and what the plan is. What we're actually, people are coming in, they want to have a look, they want to see what I'm actually doing. I guess that's why people come. I don't actually know why people come. But again, so what I wanted to get working today, so the last stream was pretty good. Last stream we actually got a lot done. I was very productive. It was a great stream. This stream, I want to get things end to end working. What is happening with my app here? There we go. You know what, let's make this extra meta and let's watch our own stream whilst in the emulator that we're using to test things. What is this? How do I get out of this? Oh god, this was a mistake. Alright, now we can watch our own stream whilst I figure out what we're doing today. The goal, what I want to achieve today is get end-to-end working. I want to get the application to be able to actually, so the application is broken because before we set up the JSON on the server side, but we haven't set it up on the application side. So when I actually click this, it does nothing. It makes a request to my server, but it fails because it hasn't been updated yet. But that's fine. So we need to update JSON being set, which I think is the first thing that we're going to do. Actually, we're going to do something before that, but that's the main thing. And then I want to be able to create and delete these habits. At the moment, I can move them around. I think if I hold it, yeah, I can move them around. I can turn them on and off, but I can't create them, which is kind of useless. So creating / deleting habits. I think if I get both of those done, I'd be pretty happy because that means it's in a state that's usable. In theory, the only way it's actually usable is I actually move the server to my cloud, my DigitalOcean cloud. But the issue with that is I'm afraid to do that on stream because I'm going to leak all my secrets, and that's not going to be fun. So I'm going to figure out how to do that. I'm probably going to have to do that on my own time so I don't leak anything. But yeah, so that's the goal for today. But actually, before we get into this, I wanted to do a bit of a higher level architecture in terms of what is this app and what is the purpose of it. I think it'll be useful kind of as an overview. I think I'll upload the streams to YouTube just for, there's no reason not to, it's already here, so might as well. So I think that'd be pretty cool to go through high level architecture. So let's quickly change this. I just want to make sure I can spell things because I really can't spell. Pogs. Spelling is correct. So I'm going to use, do I want to use a whiteboard or do I want to use paint? Let's just use a whiteboard. Whiteboard will work. Okay, oh god, alright, that's not going to work. Okay, let's use text. Let's bump that bad boy up. Okay, so what's the idea? This not very straight box here can be the server. This, of course, it has a database, as every good systems diagram should have, both a server and a database. Okay, how do I move this? Okay. Database. I mean, this is pretty trivial. But the main thing I wanted to point out here was, what is this intersection to the server? What are the kind of applications that can actually interact with the server? At the moment, we're building this app, which is a very manual application. I have to click things kind of manually. I have to... It's a good application because you can't automate everything, but that's not the only kind of data we want to be collecting. So let's just build this box first. The manual collector, I would call it, I guess. So this box here, I should probably use straight lines. This allows you to be able to set habits. You're able to create it. You can do pretty much everything with the manual data collection. The only issue with it is it is quite tedious. There's a second step here that I wanted to introduce, which was, so this one is when I mean this one, the manual data collection, the latency of these requests is immediate request. Like, this is something that you're gonna click and you're gonna expect to go into the database immediately. It's something you're gonna do quite frequently. I'd argue almost probably daily. So I'll try to pop up this font. Immediate request daily. That's the kind of granularity that I expect this to be used. You send a few requests every day for the manual data collection. But there's also another set of applications, which is, what should I call them? These are the apps where if you have, say, a Fitbit scale, for instance, if you have a Fitbit scale and you want to translate all the data to the server, in theory, you still want to be able to do that, but you don't actually have to send it directly because some of the APIs aren't flexible enough for you to get, for example, the Fitbit API isn't flexible enough for you to send the weight data directly to my server, but instead it needs a kind of middle ground. So this will be, I should probably put examples in here because it's kind of hard to understand. Fitbit scale, maybe even your health data, maybe your gym routine in some application that you have. Let's call these third-party applications. So this one's clearly first party because we make it, and we send data directly to the database. Can I move this box? I cannot, I screwed up, that's fine. So these kind of applications, I don't see them being used immediately. Of course, we can set up something where it talks directly to the database, but the way I actually see them being used a little bit more is usually through like a bridging layer. So we'll have, I realize I need to turn on my music. It's getting a bit quiet. We need a bridging layer, and what this does is it transforms the format of these third-party applications to something the server understands. So maybe bridging. And this kind of flow I only expect to happen probably, like this might be like a once a week thing, / once a month. Like, it's great, but we leave the actual data collection to the application itself, and we want to call like some kind of script or some kind of interface for you to just dump your data to the server, and it will transform it into one communal database. Cool. So this is third-party applications. We also, so this first-party application, I'm going to put some examples for this actually. Developed, so phone app. For the phone app, Firefox extension is another example I would count as a first-party application. This one's not really manual. I suspect it to, if I build an extension, to automatically start collecting what I'm viewing at the moment. I think that's some useful information to have. It also maybe a desktop app that tracks kind of what do you have open. So That's an example. This is not a very good system diagram, but we're gonna continue. Okay, so these are the type of apps. What we're focusing on is the first party app because we want to get that end-to-end working first. These third-party apps will develop step by step depending on what we need, but all of this is kind of useless. What I mean by that is I've just drawn up a diagram where I collect all the data. I don't think the user cares about that. The key selling point is probably not the key selling point. The key usefulness of this is being able to aggregate the data in a uniform way and then visualize it. Oh nice, it's a spell check for me because I can't spell. Oh, it's just American spelling. Visualization tools. This is going to be first party because the data format hopefully is unified. So this is probably the hardest part out of all of it is how do I view all this data that I've collected. For habits, it'll be easy. We'll probably be able to create like a graph. Those are pretty straightforward. But when we get into in-depth kind of time tracking, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. But for now, and the kind of shortcut that I'm taking is instead of these visualization tools, I'm going to use my good old friend, Excel. So I think this allows us to kind of shortcut. We kind of cheat. We don't actually build a visualization tool, but we export the data in Excel, and you can build some pretty nice graphs there. Some pretty nice graphs. So this is the high-level view of what's happening. It's very much straightforward. I don't think there's anything complex here. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I need to include here. No, I think that's it. So I think the difficult parts, if I were to point them out, definitely the visualization. What on earth? Definitely the visualization tool, because those can get pretty complex. I can envision something where you have a lot of different layers. Who needs a front end where you have Excel? Yeah. What's the point of development? Just use Excel. But it's not easy to get something that's useful without over-cluttering. The big difficulty here is we're going to get overloaded with information, but that's fine. The server part is actually, I think, pretty straightforward until obviously we have a lot of load. And the app development part, hey, it actually hasn't been so bad so far. If you want something simple, again, the simple request to the server is easy, but the kind of visualization isn't very easy. Oh, one more thing I did want to mention. With the database in particular, can I slide? I cannot. The idea of the database would hopefully be in a kind of tree format. So that's the kind of niche thing that I think is nice with this. I mean, there's nothing new here, to be honest. But if I had to point out something, someone asked, hey, what is the whole point of this? There are a million of these apps. The whole point is mostly to learn, but if I really wanted to pinpoint an idea that I wanted to explore a little bit more, is a kind of hierarchical, which isn't new and I can't spell, so I'm gonna Google it. It was before E's, of course, except after C. Hierarchical data format, which isn't new. But what I mean by that is I want it to be something in a kind of tree format. I'm trying to actually look around my webcam because I can't actually see what I'm writing. So for example, you have high level views. So you have like health, let's say fitness, I'm going to put, okay, let's leave that as under health. You have health, you have work, let's say you have family, as your high level groups. And within each of them, you have subgroups, of course. So health goes into, let's say, gym, let's go into eating, let's go into cardio. And within each of those, you have subgroups, of course. Let's say bench, squat, cardio, let's just say running, sprinting, long distance running. And the idea with this whole application, the whole goal of it is at the end of the week, you can look at your high level goals, right? You can say, I want to spend the amount of time, because we have a kind of a time pie here. And where I want to spend my time is I want to focus, let's say, a lot on my health. I want to really maximize my health. Let's maybe not go that extreme, but let's just say I want to do something like this. At the end of the day, what I want to have is, once you have this kind of expectation or this goal setting, and then when you get you get to look at and review the data from the database every week. The way you would review it is you would see where you're actually spending time. Because I think it's very easy for you to say, I want to spend time, say, improving my long distance running. I'm like, great. What on earth did I just do? Bookmarks. I want to improve my long distance running, and that's fantastic. And let's say that is one of my big goals. Like, it's my #1 goal out of my health area. That's fantastic, but if you don't actually spend time on that, and you're not aware that you're not spending time on that, things slip through the crack really easily. Exercise isn't a good example, but a great example I would give is, let's say, family went into friends. We can generalize this to relationships. And let's say you wanted to spend more time kind of building your relationships with people. You can then see how much effort you're actually putting into it each day. If you say that it should be 20% of your time and you find you're only spending 10%, it's a very good way to reflect. So that's the idea. That's the goal of this application, is to provide kind of consistent feedback and an easy way to review yourself as an individual. Very kind of cliche. Mostly it's just, mostly I'm doing this just because I want to learn, but of course it needs to kind of have a goal, or else you can build a bunch of features and you don't really know what the purpose is. So that's that. Let's actually jump into, so where are we at, I guess is a good point. So we've done none of this. We have no visualization tools, which is fine, I guess. We have no third-party bridging layer. We have the database set up with not a hierarchical data format at the moment. It's a very much just a string-based data format, which again is okay. The server's up and running, and the first-party app, the application is up and running. So I want to make sure this pipeline works well first. The pipeline from the manual collection to the server to the database. Once I have that up and running very well, then we can go into visualization, and this is kind of a stretch goal. These are things that I would ideally want, but it's not essential. Okay, so from last time I broke everything. By that I mean my server works fine, so if I run the test, everything works fine. My test passed on my server, but the application is no longer sending the correct request. The reason for that is I haven't updated the application to send JSON, so that's what we will do now. Doesn't fit on the screen. Update app to send JSON. Okay. Now this is going to be fun. The reason it's going to be fun is I have no idea how to do this. So let's just say I'm not very familiar with Flutter, but it's a learning experience. It shouldn't be too hard. So at the moment I send a HTTP request. Actually, this should be trivial. I'm sure at the moment I send a GET, I'm sure I can just send a post. Here, if I change, first I need to change the endpoint. Instead of having a habit action, it just goes straight to the endpoint of habit. That's the only endpoint that I actually have set up. I actually remove this action. So the action is no longer needed, but instead in the JSON data, we can figure out what the action is. Okay, it's the Flutter. It's here. Oh, look at this, trivial. So if we're marking the habit, then we're going to do a post request to this server. Lovely. Post. Do we need any headers? No. This comma header comma body. And let's set the body to use JSON encode. Let's see, what is the format of my JSON? The format here for the request is a name and whether or not it should mark. So that will be a string and a bool. with the name being, I guess I gotta use quotes. Interesting. Double quotes. I'm used to them. The name being the habit name. That's straightforward. We already have it, and should mark is already. Actually, I don't need this if here. I can just pass in directly whether or not I should mark the habit. Okay, bugs, of course. Cool. Wait, is that it? Did I just do this part already? What switches do you use? Good question, Frizzer. I got a new keyboard. I got a Ergo Docs, and I use the MX, not MX actually. I use Kali Golds. Kali Gold. So I used to have the MX Browns, and they were great. I enjoyed them, but I only picked them because they were the only ones that were quiet. The MX Browns were good in the office, but hey, I'm working from home now for the next year or so, so I decided to just get Kali Gold switches, which are actually quite clicky. I mean, you can probably hear them. They're quite clicky. The reason I got Kali over MX, there's literally no reason. I could have got MX Browns, but I picked them because I wanted to try it out. I already have MX Browns. I've already tried that brand. I wanted to try a different one. No strong reason for one or the other, but I got the Kali ones. I really like the tactile, so I ruled out linear switches. I'm not a fan of linear switches. I like knowing when the click goes through it. I feel like I'm more productive. But I wanted to try out clicky. Haven't tried out clicky switches before. I'm enjoying them. I like the click. I don't know if it's annoying for viewers, but I like it when it clicks. What can I say? Okay, I think this is literally done. I think I vastly overestimated how long this will take. This is trivial. Let's run this over. Let's see what's happening. Okay. The server's already running somewhere. Here it is. Okay, so we mark wake up early, and it failed. Of course. Wait, it's still using. I haven't restarted the Flutter. I haven't restarted the application yet. So let's do that. And I haven't done it correctly. Where does this come from? I'm going to use this screen here to my Flutter development. I should JSON. I actually don't know where JSON encode is. Okay. Which library is it from? I guess it's not a problem. It's a global dark convert. This one. That's where it's from. Okay, let's try reloading the Flutter. Great. So string company assigned to a bool. Yeah, you're not wrong. This is a string bool. Are you telling me the format's like this? That's crazy. Okay. That isn't crazy. The habit is a string, yes. Okay, what if I just pretend they're both strings? Then it should fail on the bool, right? Yeah, so the bool fail. So at least the ordering is correct. But for some reason, this is being read as a bool. Okay, what if I change it to an int? Okay, let's actually read the documentation. I lay on par with blues. So I actually haven't tried blues. So I can't actually give you an analysis there. I've only used the browns on my Kinesis. I might have had blues on my original mechanical keyboard, but that was a while ago, so I can't even remember how that was like. But to be honest, they're pretty good. I have no complaints with them. I bet if you gave me blues and you gave me Kali golds, I probably wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Value. To encodable. Why can't I write it in this syntax? Do I need to give it types? Can it infer the types? It'd be nice if it could infer the types. Okay. The solution to type errors is remove types. Lovely. Awesome. Succeeded. So here it... No, didn't succeed. Habit, wake up early. Yes. Because I'm still passing in the habit in the path, but I don't need to do that anymore. I just need to request it to the endpoint. And all the data is installed, whoa, what happened to my screen? Is sent using JSON. Habit string habit and should mark. Okay, that just will be helpful for us to see the request being sent. Can't sign a rule. I hope that works. Very cool. Dart master. So we mark it, lovely. So here, it fetched the result, it marked the habit, great. And we should be able to unmark it, awesome. And we can mark it again, awesome. So everything works, very nice. That was very easy. One thing I did want to do, which was a regression from last time. Let's actually commit this first, and then fix the regression. Actually, let's quickly commit what we're doing today. Okay, so fix or add sending JSON request. I can never spell. Okay. But never, so we updated the server to receive JSON, but never updated the client. That's fine. Okay. So that's fine. But one of the regressions that I had from, well, not regression, but one of the limitations I had from this last time is when I make the request, I have this to do here, which is not to ignore the result, which I think is probably a good idea. So what I'm going to do is figure out how to do the async await syntax. Await. Figure out. Oh, I hope they don't use then. Actually, that's not too bad. Okay, so we'll extend on the response here. And when this response finishes, we're going to want to see what the response actually was. Fine. Well, actually, surprisingly, this is exactly what we want, so I was lucky we're on that page. So after doing the post, let's call this callback for this response. That's it. What? My Vim seg faulted? That's a first. I've never seen that happen before. Okay. Sure. Do you need a return for a closure? Oh, they do have await syntax. I'm not a fan of actually using them if they do have await syntax. much better. I'm a much bigger fan of using awaits. Just makes the code look a lot more linear. Why is this await unhappy? Oh, it's not. Okay. So we end up getting, if we await for this, we get a HTTP response, from what I understand. I don't think I need to give it a type, it should infer it. Great. And then we can just log debug response from request was. Actually, didn't know you could do this syntax with the $. You can use that. It'd be nice if I could actually just print the response as a JSON object. I would hope that Dart lets you do that. Please, Mr. Dart. Ah, lovely. Await can only be used in async methods. Correct. You put the async here. That is not where you put the async. Okay, where? Yeah, okay. Thank you, Mr. Dart. Response can't be assigned to a string, correct, but it should have a toString method. Hopefully it's pre-printed too. I don't want to read raw JSON. So now if I send a response, the response is an instance of a response. Lovely. Probably because a response actually is a JSON and it's an object instead. That's fine. Let's just log what the results that we get. Content length, no, like, why would the body be the length of the content? Doesn't seem right. Request. What is this object? Where's my response object here? I don't. Oh, I just missed it. So buffer output, cookies, deadlines, response headers. Where's the body? Okay, let's just see what this logs to begin with, and then we can look into it. I don't. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's just wrong. I don't know what the Stack Overflow post is talking about, or I'm just crazy, which could be completely reasonable as well. But let's see what we have here. HTTP request headers, body in bytes, hash code. I think the issue here is my body in bytes, it is in JSON, so I need to reconvert it to JSON to visualize it. Since there's a JSON encode, maybe there's a JSON decode? Let's hope so. Very cool. And now it's in JSON. This definitely should have a toString. I mean, I say that. I am not very familiar with Flutter. It needs to be body bytes. I actually need a string. How did I even get body bytes? Where is this method? Google is our friend. into a JSON map, huh? Oh, they have a nice tutorial. What am I doing trying to figure this out myself? So here we go. Why is this format JSON dot with this one? Okay. To ask questions. Okay. This I don't understand, but so at least they're compiled. Which is always good. So let's see what happens when we log. Lovely. So we get the body was succeeded equals false, metadata was not. Succeeded was false. Well, that's interesting. Succeeded is now true. Succeeded is true. Succeeded is true. I'm going to assume that I think it's because we refreshed the app, the database state was inconsistent with the actual application. Yeah, you can see every time I click these, I flag it and actually restart these refresh. And that's actually a feature, not a bug. The idea is that the database should maintain the consistent state. It should know all of the state. The application shouldn't be able to, it shouldn't crash either. It should still work because technically this is still correct. What ends up happening if something's already marked and I try to mark it again, it's just a null. It doesn't do anything. Alright, so I think that's done. I think that's it for the JSON part. I mean, I'd like to do something a bit more complex here, but for now I don't actually care. Like I don't have anything very complex. If it's added, add. If it isn't, remove it. So I think this is fine to commit. I don't know what's happening with this terminal. What is up with this font? Let's go open another one. So this is pretty simple. This was log the response from the server after request. Cool. So this should be quite helpful. Well, I guess I can also say now that's done. I mean, it works end to end. Create deleting habits. Yeah, I guess so. Done. This is going to be a fun one, creating deleting habits. There are a few things. Optionally, I could also add users / authentication. That one's more systemsy and more research. This one's just app development. But at the moment, this is not usable. I could hard code it and recompile every time I wanted a new habit, but that seems very silly. So I think after I actually add creating and deleting habits and I move the server to my DigitalOcean server, everything actually works. I can put this on the App Store. I can start making my millions of dollars. I'll finally be famous. Because that's the ultimate goal, of course. We're not here to learn. We're here to take over the world with an application that is so mind-blowing that you have to use it. That's why we're all here. Okay. I don't know if I should commit these kind of small things with my diary, but I guess it doesn't. I guess I should commit it with the commit itself. Whoops. What I mean by that is the diary updates or the status updates should exist with the change that occurred. Okay, let's go into creating habits. Just to clarify, I have no idea how to do this. I have not used Flutter. But I mean, the good thing is with app development nowadays is they make everything so easy. Like, look at this tutorial. I remember when I made my first app like 3 years ago, I was confused. Now I have an app that works on iOS, it works on Android, and also works on the web. Like, that's fascinating. And it's all one code base. Absolutely fascinating. Understanding constraints. Okay, let's move this here so we can actually see. All right, need to update what we're up to. We are trying to figure out how to create habits. That's, there we go. Currently, that sentence doesn't make sense. We're creating habits on app. Yeah. Okay. All of this, I don't care. Where is, okay, I went too far, I went too deep. I need a very simple example to show me how to add a button. Samples and tutorials, please. Cookbook, that's what I'm looking for. Forms? Not really. Maybe. Lists? No, I already have a list. Button. Button. Mr. Flutter, I would like to add a button. Please. Button. That's an ugly looking button. It's not that ugly. No, I don't. So I don't want one of these buttons on the side. I want to make this very predominant. Actually, I don't mind one of these buttons. Because really, when do we use, when are we setting applications? If we think of this application as something we want to use every day, we don't frequently add things to our habits, at least our routines. We might add some tasks, but I suspect habits in particular is something that you kind of define in every now and then. You might add a new one or delete one or move it around. So I want to optimize this for the day-to-day use, where I want to remove as much clutter as possible. So this might not be a bad idea to create a pop-up widget. Either way, the logic to change how it looks should be trivial, not trivial, should be simple. As long as we add something, I think we're okay. What I mean by that, the visuals should be able to change very easily, as long as you don't write the code terribly. Which I can't guarantee that I won't write the code terribly. Deep dive? That's not what I want. A round button would be nice. Oh, okay, so I can change different types. Okay, let's just look at a tutorial for a raise button. By what I mean by look for a tutorial, I mean copy and paste some code. So I'll move this over here, move this here, like this. There we go. So, where are we? I like how we also have one monolithic main file. At some point, I will split this up, but that point is not now. See, this button's fine. Like that looks fine. Here we go. New raise button, lovely. Where do you actually put this? So from what I understand, the view starts here. It builds a widget. So my app runs. It builds the widget, and the widget at home has habits. Habits is here. It creates a state, and that's it. But this build here, this build function is what we're interested in. This build is actually what's creating this interface. It has the app bar up here, and it has the body. So I feel like I should be able to expand on this building. but I honestly have no idea. Okay, here we go. This is what I'm talking about. App bar, great, my stateless widget. Okay, this is impossible to read. That's full screen. Here we go. So when it builds its widget, it does build. It centers and it adds these buttons in. Oh, is this what I'm looking for? Sized box? No. That's not what I'm looking for. How do I specify the location? Wait, surely there's a to-do example. Like, that is the most common, most common application, or the most common example when you want to create a new framework is, hey, let's do a to-do. This, okay, here we go. We've found it. I think this was, now that I think about it, I think this was in the original tutorial that I did. I just have deleted the code. Title, yep. Yep. Title. Okay. Copy. I don't know the layout of these things. I don't know if it's same to make this down here, but there's no null, right? Yeah, there's probably no null. Add. How am I going to delete habits though? Actually, I want to be able to delete habits by doing a long press. Or maybe a swipe. Okay, I'm overthinking this. Let's just get this first part. To do add habit item. Easy. On press, add habit item. So here we're going to open up a pop-up and ask for a string. Tooltip, add a habit. I was going to say, I was talking to my friend Rita today, and he showed me his app. It was really funny. We were playing tennis, and all of a sudden, he was talking about an app, and he was like, I'm building a habit tracker. I was like, wait, no, I'm building a habit tracker. I'm actually talking to him, right? I was just responding to him. I was like, I'm building a habit tracker, and he was like, no, I'm building one. And then he sent me his, and it looks so much better than mine. But his one, obviously, because mine's very much bare bones, but his one does have a button down here, which is very nice. And my one, I will blindly steal that and add a button myself. I'm not blindly stealing it. I'm stealing it a little bit. It's borrowing. It's only stealing if they find out. It's not like he's watching the stream. Oh my god, the button appeared. That was easy. Ba, ba, ba. Putting your code inside set state. I don't want this. Do I want this? Index. No, I don't want this. This is what I want. Interesting. Wait, how can this take a parameter? Is that, well, if Flutter automatically knows that because the signature takes a parameter, it changes the widget, I'll be very impressed. Let's just say that. And I don't think it knows. I think you actually need to change something. So I'm not as impressed. I'm still mildly impressed. Okay, yeah. So this is what you have to do. That's what I was thinking. You need to create the whole screen. Okay, I got. Flutter's not all magic. It's just 90% magic. So when we copy and paste this code, great, auto formatting, love it. Great. this is peak programming. I haven't read any of this code. I just Control F for the word task and I replace it with habit. Nothing could be better than this. Of course, it doesn't work because I haven't Control F all the to-dos. Look at this. Awesome. App development. Piece, oh crap. Piece of, okay, I haven't set up the microphone to go to my emulator. Don't use the microphone. Yeah, that makes sense. I was curious what that would do. Okay, awesome. So this will probably do nothing, but I can do nothing. Just like that, it does nothing. Because I haven't implemented anything. But implementing this is actually really easy because, look at this. Habit insert, it's one line of code. It's just one line of code. Oh, I need to figure out the index. That's easy. I'll just insert it at the end of it. So get out of your habit, it just goes right to the end. It's length, member, public function, member, what is it? Alright, guess and check. Yeah, okay. Oops. 1 second. Sorry. So this is just the length. This is the habit name actually. Is len not the method? Okay. Habits, give me autocorrect. Length. It's a member, not a function. Int cannot be assigned to string. I guess insert takes the position first, and that makes sense. Cool. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. That didn't work, but that's okay because we know why it didn't work. Why didn't it work? Let's log to figure out why it didn't work. Let me make sure this is mutable. So this is the less of habits. Oh, I wonder if it did work. This is going to be interesting. I wonder if it did work, but the view didn't get updated. I could be wrong, but we can test that very easily. This is not correct syntax. I'll use the Dart way to do this. So I think what ended up happening, yeah, so it does get called, but the view doesn't get updated automatically, which probably makes sense for efficiency reasons. So what I need to do is update the view. Oh my god, they also have removing? I love to-do tasks. Makes life easy. See, how you update the view is using set state. Oh, that's a good comment too. You know what? I knew I was going to do that as well. That's a very good point. But in order for you to set the view in Flutter or anything, you just update the state with a lambda. And whenever this function is called, it's going to update the view, which is very nice. Awesome. Let's play some tennis. I want to use. Oh, big yes. Big yes. What are the odds that this actually works in my server? That I mark the tenant. Clearly, this is legal, right? My database. Hold on. Surely this doesn't actually work. If it works, then it's a feature. If it doesn't work, then okay. Ah, Unicode. Awesome. Look at this. This is a great habit. This is a feature. This is an awesome feature. Awesome. I'm just adding a lot of features to make sure the scroll functionality works. Yep, so it still can scroll. We can mark everything. My server can handle it because no one else is using it but me. Very good. Next step is deleting. But before we delete, let's commit this. I'm a big fan that this actually works. Very big fan. But okay, you know what? Let's write some code that we can actually understand and document some things. Comments are useful. One thing that kind of sucks is I don't know how the testing framework works with Flutter, if I can mimic inputs. So everything I'm doing is kind of manual at the moment. Nice, empty habit doesn't work. If I put a space, I would hope that my server, yeah, very same, very good. What if I do something that's really long? You know, like, paste, paste. Okay, this is not important, right? Okay. Oh, awesome. I was actually worried that if I scroll down, this button blocks the ability to press the checkpoints, but it doesn't, which is very good. Yeah. Cool. Removing to-do items. I kind of like the ability of being able to move these items, so I hope that this removing it from the list. Oh, if you just tap it. No, but I need tapping it to mark. So I can't use this because I already have tap as mark. I need a different way to delete these habits. What would make sense? I think, no. See, I think a lot of apps, I think how they do it is this moving functionality is not allowed. Instead, you hold to delete the app and it'll pop up and say delete. And if you want to edit or move things around, they provide you a button and it allows you to move all of them at the same time. We also could provide a button to allow you to delete it. So when you press the button, it should pop up with delete. Again, let's not think too much into it. Let's just get something working. So I think the easiest thing to do is if you're holding it. So we don't, no, I want to keep that functionality. I want to add additional functionality. So let's add, we could also add another button if we're really that lazy. Let's see what everyone else does. Clap. No clap, sorry sir. Ah, swipe to delete. Yes. Yes. That's what I want. No, not dismiss. So many resources available. Oh, this is, I don't even have to think. I just copy code. List view dismissible. List view reorderable list view, yes. So each item, the list doesn't need to change, but the item in the list needs to change. And build row is what actually builds the item, and it returns a widget. But what it returns is a list tile, but instead we can just return a dismissible. Okay, it's not happy with that choice. How do I key undismissed? Oh, you just do this. What I still don't understand is this key. The Flutter framework always wants me to pass in a key, which I do here as well in my list tile, as you can see here. But I don't actually know what it's used for. I would have assumed it's used for some kind of ordering, or I guess uniqueness, to identify each item. But I haven't actually found a use for it yet. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, reading. Yes. Keys allow Flutter to uniquely identify widgets. So if I wanted to identify my dismissible widget separately from my list tile widget, then I can use this, but I have no use for that at the moment. I haven't thought through it very much, but I don't think I have a use for it. So for now, I'll just duplicate the key. I'll write that down. Interesting, unidirectional as well. Oh, that gives us so much functionality. That's going to be really cool to use at some point. Oh, it's so easy to do this. Wait, where did this index come from? What? What? I guess because it's, okay, I will not ask questions, but that surprises me a little bit. So that this parameter is just floating in global. I'm fairly certain that's broken. What's wrong with this? I pass in a lambda, this lambda needs, no. Set state, bracket. What is this bracket for? The lambda. Oh, what's this down here? Ooh, okay, I'll borrow, so when I said steal, I'll borrow that piece of code. That's nice. Snack bar. I really need to modularize this. This is a hairy function. Okay, I'm missing some brackets somewhere. Untap, list tile, dismissible. Undo that one. There we go. There we go. Let's see what happens. Wait, where's my Flutter? Okay, I don't remember closing it, but I guess I did. Strange, but okay. Yeah, so that's what I thought. Index, like, well, this doesn't exist. How can I? This parameter just doesn't exist anywhere. Wait, what happened to it? Oh, this takes a habit. Build row takes a habit instead of an index. Instead, do I want to? List view builder. The generator takes some context, which I'm not too worried about, and some index, and returns a list tile. But instead, yeah, I think I just need to pass in the index here as well. Like this. And this habit is actually the index. So resized types for indexes. I mean, okay, assigned index. That's fine. That's why I couldn't find this parameter because, well, it doesn't exist. But now it does. Snack bun. Why don't you need brackets for this? I guess if I use brackets here, it executes the command, but I don't need it because it's just one variable. Oh, it's doing something. Works. I mean, it worked. No, it didn't work. Look at this. Okay. Okay. I mean, it technically worked. It just crashed. But I want this red bar. Oh, it has this. Oh, that's really cool. It's a bit slow. That's fine. Okay, what's going on here? Context wasn't found. Which makes sense. I'm kind of, because I didn't pass that through. Where did they get the context from? Build context from building. So I need to propagate that all the way down. Build row, build suggestions. Okay. Okay. I'm surprised that's not a compile time error. Like, how does it not realize that I don't have the variable context anywhere? That's fine, let's reload this. Sweet. Marking works, deleting still doesn't work. Scaffold called with context does not contain a scaffold. But this should contain a scaffold. Yeah. Build. This build should be used for home, because home builds habits, and habits calls this build. So I think that's fine. And when I return the scaffold to app bar, correct. A body which builds the suggestions, and here it passes the context, which is correct. Why is this text so hard to read? What's going on with my browser? Apparently copying and pasting doesn't always work. Ah, this is nice. I want that. No, I don't want that. How do I... I don't want to be famous. How do I... Oh, ginger ale on it. Pogs. Thanks, ale. I guess I should enable that you only can message if you're a follower. Number one moderator AU. Context was used was habits. So I think this is, I want the context of scaffold. Oops. Wait, did that compile without putting in the keyword context here? If so, this could, no, okay, that's still broken. The context does not contain a scaffold. This usually happens when the context provided is from the same stateful widget as that whose build function actually creates the scaffold. Correct, that's what I did, so that's wrong. Use a builder to get a context that is under the scaffold. Alright. Reading the error messages. Very nice. So you create a root class, but that creates its own scaffold. And once creating that scaffold, only then do we pass the context. So I just need to create one extra layer of indirection, which I wanted to clean up the code anyway, so I guess that helps. What do they call this? A scaffold body? I don't really want to call that. But I don't think I can do this because I need to have the statefulness of the habits. Okay, so the problem here is this snack bar. In theory I can remove it, but I do want to learn why this snack bar doesn't work. Let's just quickly do some color changes because I think that will make it look nice. But why this snack bar doesn't show up, I think will be useful. That red is really dark, it's kind of a bit scary. Not bad, not bad. Oh, we can do it both ways. Yeah, of course. I didn't really check the direction. How do I mark this as unused? Does Dart have... Okay, don't get distracted. Let's figure out what the snack bar is doing. Scaffold of context. So if you look at this example here, the context is from the list view builder, and the item builder takes the context. Which is the same here, so we generate, but we pass the context of the build suggestions, which I think is the bug. I think this is, well, I don't actually quite understand conceptually what this context is. But I want to say I can take the context here. If I can, this. No, but their item builder list oh, that was very generic. Search. Right, so it has no. Hey, habits. Hey, habit tracker. This is cool. Can I take this? This is really cool. But no, we can't just take it. And we can partially take it. We can borrow bits and pieces, mostly to understand why this is not working. I actually think this has what I want anyway. Let's go back to this bug. This catches my less elegant but more expedient solution. It's my kind of solution. Okay. Let's see what's going on here. Is to call it within the build method of a child of a scaffold. And I did that, but this is not the correct context, is the problem. So this is the context I want of the scaffold. We have two scaffolds. Right. But here I get a second set. Yeah, so the interesting thing here is this scaffold, this context is for the app itself, but the scaffold has its own build with its own context. So I need to get that to work. Can I move this out one level? Because at the moment, it calls habits here, which calls this build, which is a stateful widget. But if I have something like my app, which then calls habit, maybe that will work. Because the application itself doesn't need to be stateful, but the habits I need to keep as stateful. So you do something like this. And really I have this exact same code, like nothing's changed. So this build just returns this. Good here, returning semicolon. So nothing's changed, but instead now this build context is one level deeper. So what I mean by that, if I call habits here, the build context is for my habits, which is what I wanted from before. Let me make sure that's correct. So I call build, returns the scaffold. Oops, I edited the code. It calls my scaffold body. Okay. But what is this body? This calls build suggestions. Did I just need to do this? That seems wrong. That kind of seems wrong. But let's see why it's wrong. A lot of reasons why it's wrong. My app is already declared as code. Of course it is. It's up here. Scaffold. I'm going to have to look at different source code to really understand what's going on here. But I just want to get this to work so I can go back to the So server. Push add habit. Ah, but this can't work then. Because pushing add habit needs the state of the habits. Body of the scaffold uses another builder. Oh, if I just do that, is that all I need to do? The great undo. Oops, too much. So instead of creating a whole nother app, I just need to create another builder to give it a separate context. I wonder if it allows variable shadowing, so it actually calls right context. Since it's compiled, I assume it does allow variable shadowing. Ah, lovely, snack bar. So what did we learn? Did we learn anything? No, I think I learned something. So I understand what the problem is. The problem is scaffold of goes up the tree to search where is my scaffold. But you can see here, originally I passed the context of my root level application. So if it requests, if it goes from the root level application and starts looking upwards, there's obviously no scaffold because the scaffold's underneath it. So instead it needs a context of something deeper down so it can traverse the way up. So I think what this builder does here is it builds another scope. But this context is still oh, and this context is now within the scaffold as opposed to outside of it. This is the key point here. This context that we pass in is outside of the scaffold, but the scaffold here we're using a builder within the scaffold. Okay, that makes sense. Now, this is pretty cool. The interesting thing is at the moment I haven't made this missing do anything with the actual database. The database doesn't care whether habits get deleted or not, which at some point that will grow the database pretty drastically, but habit logs or habit types are very few and far between compared to the actual instance. For example, if you have a habit wake up, you have one log, but you could do that over like 100 days and have 100 of those instances. So I'm not too worried about that cost. I mean, at some point I have to do some cleanup, but it's not an urgent problem. So awesome, we figured that out. So we did a lot of things in this diff. I should actually split it. Okay, I'm going to just commit it. Add the ability to add the. I don't even need to say function. Add, removing, and adding new habits. this doesn't communicate with the database. The database. What I mean by this commit message is this is mostly a stylistic change for the client side. It's so they can talk to the database in a different way by adding a new habit. But if I actually do add a new habit, we don't send a request immediately because we always lazily create this habit once some data is actually sent. At some point when I create users, I'm going to want to pull data from the database to fill up this set if you were using a different application. But again, not the most urgent problem. So that means, oops, wrong one. That means we're done with what we wanted to do today. Create and delete habit. It's a lot easier than I thought it would be, to be honest. It might be nice to get this set up end to end. Because I've set up, I'm just trying to think of what secrets I have on the DigitalOcean server. I don't have anything. In theory, yeah, let's just do it. Because the reason I want to set this up end to end is that means I can actually get this running on my phone, which would be awesome. And I actually can talk to a server and start collecting data. I can use this day to day, and that's the best way to figure out what features it needs, which is probably a lot. But hey, how do I undo? I thought we added undo actually. Hold on, let me quickly check that whilst I'm here. Undismissed, delete, show a snack bar with an undo button. Very straightforward. I like how this app development is actually, I mean, I was going to say it's very nice to program with. But that's probably because I'm doing things that are very simple. I assume once you have a lot of widgets, a lot of state, things are no longer as simple. A snack bar with a snack bar action. Undo deletion, I'm going to assume has to, yeah, so we need to call this set state, which is awesome. I'm just going to do it inline. It's very simple. I'm not gonna lie, this code is not the nicest with all these nested constructors but functional, yeah, and functional. It's awesome. Wow. It's pretty cool. Hey SickMofo, welcome back. Welcome to the stream. Yeah. We've added a bunch of features only in the first hour actually. We're able to dismiss habits now, we can add new habits, and we can undo habits, and it's great. Things are going well. Streaming makes my programming surprisingly productive. I don't spend half my time on YouTube. It's always good. That said, I'm going to take a 2-second break. I'll be right back. Enjoy the lo-fi hip hop. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Just going to pop to the bathroom. Where is some, hold on, transition. There we go. And mute. All right, be right back. transitions, retransition. Very cool. Okay, so what have we been up to? What is that next to do? Right, we're going to set this up end to end, so we can actually download it. In theory, I can set it up in the App Store as well. I'm going to quickly eat this cheese stick. Sorry, guys. I'll be right back very quickly. Alright, let's get back into it. I also see Sick Mofo in Pick from yesterday as well. Welcome back, welcome back. I'm glad you guys came back. How are your days going? Or how are your days starting, I guess. I don't actually know where you're from, so can't really tell. What did we just add? We just added undo. And the ability to undo language. Cool. Yeah. Hey, you might wake up really, really early, so you could be getting a kickstart to the day. I used to actually, not used to, I mean I still do quite frequently. I used to wake up at 4 in the morning and do some work. Which would always be interesting when I see people online, or when they see me online, they question whether or not I just woke up or I went to sleep. I'm Pacific time, so West Coast, California. Okay, what we want to do is run the server. I'm going to trust whoever's in the chat to not DDoS my server. My poor $5 DigitalOcean droplet. It cannot take much load. I don't want my build to be insane. so don't DDoS what... I'm not sure what kind of attack vector that is. Ah, good old Minecraft server. Get rid of that. Don't need that. Great. So we need to actually push our code. We haven't done that for a while. 20 commits. Yikes. It's 7 hours now. Yeah. Yeah. 5:34. 7. It's 12 a.m. Wait. What? Yeah. That makes sense. There's not much NFL going on at the moment. Has it restarted? The NFL? I've been following a little bit of the NBA and the bubble and things like that. That's really interesting. I don't know if NFL is doing anything similar to that. Okay, so I've pushed it. Let's pull the code. We'll run the server, and there's not a chance it works. but we'll be able to set it up. My authentication failed because I don't know what my password is, which is great. Okay, what is our password? Our username is this. Alright, don't know what my password is. Stream's over. Let me open it up. Pre-games in August. Okay, so they cancelled the pre-games. That makes sense. Even September is pretty early though. But what happened to my accent? What do you mean? What do you mean what happened to my accent? Kudos. Are you saying I have an American accent or I've lost my Australian accent? I actually have no idea why I can't pull this, by the way. Let's just try to recode it, I guess. I'm fairly certain I haven't changed my password. It's a wild blend. I guess that's what happens when you live here for a while, huh? It's only been a year, so I'm surprised my accent has disappeared. Oh, I need to update what I'm doing. What am I doing? What are we doing? We are getting... You know, it'd be pretty cool if we can get this end-to-end working, and then people can actually use it. I mean, I don't know why anyone would use it, but in theory, people can use it. And I can see... What is going on? That's my username. That's my password. Alright, I'm going to log out of GitHub on my other screen and log back in to prove to myself that I remember my password. Because I do remember my password. And then I need an authentication code. Interesting, is it because I have two-factor auth on? That... crazy here. Should I just set up an SSH key? It might be easier. But I kind of want to get to the bottom of why this doesn't let me clone. Okay, I wonder if it has to do with two-factor authentication. I don't want to open that on stream. Let's bring it over here. Sorry, just fixing all these keys. I'm fixing why my two-factor authentication doesn't work. I really should just set up a SSH key on my droplet. Okay, I cheated. Don't ask what I did. I cheated, but it works now. It doesn't matter what happens. As long as it works, at the end of the day, the ends justify the means. At least that's what I tell myself. It's so much easier to use SSH, to be honest, because I have a variety of different passwords for a variety of different applications, but I always have the same SSH key. So if it provides that functionality, it's just so much better. Okay, so in theory, you can go to the server and we can build this. I am kind of curious how long it's going to take to build because my computer, my droplet isn't very powerful, but it does have a very good connection to the internet, so it will fetch things very rapidly. Okay, whilst this is building, let's figure out how to actually deploy applications. Actually, let's get this working on my phone. Let me go grab my other phone. The good news is I have an iPhone and an Android device, but I haven't figured out, and I don't even know if it's possible. I don't know if it's possible to deploy my application on an iPhone without a Mac. Yeah, I think there is an extra slash there. I think that's a definitely a small bug. Let's fix that actually. I think it doesn't matter. I think you can put as many slashes as you want. This is a pretty useless endpoint. Let's try something a bit better. But that's a good point. Let's just fix it. But I'm just curious now. I think you can. Okay, my server's not up. That makes sense. Let's go main. I think I spotted that. That was a good spot. I think I saw that as well. Where is the extra slash coming from? So it goes to mindless. Oops. So it goes here. Goes mindless. This at a. No. Wait. What? Okay. Where's my server? The extra slash. Maybe. So the post request is correct, but there's an extra slash here. So maybe it's not on the client side that's making the mistake, which probably makes sense. It's probably on the server side. Sorry, you probably can't see that. My webcam's blocking it. Routes. So I guess you don't need this slash here. That makes sense. Okay, let's check that out. No, I do need that slash. Things break. Okay. Let's undo that change. Okay, now I am interested into what's actually happening here. Okay, let's think about this for a second. It's the one in between. Oh, you're totally right. Yes. How could this happen though? That's actually, I'm going to assume that this is not part of my code, because I find it hard to believe that I would. Is it hard to believe? So it matched this, which means this is the route that I've set up. So that's the one that I was just editing, which you're right, I was editing the wrong one. But that's this route that was matched. So that means the request that was sent. Someone sent this post request with a very weird path. I'm curious now if I use the HTTP pie and actually send, sorry, again, code not in the right view. Actually send a request to the server. What does it show up as? So if I write it correctly, which I will, so the post, this sends it at least correctly. And if you go to the welcome page, that's fine. Okay. Issues, but that's fine. Is it a log statement? I think it's a log, but the reason is I think it's a log statement within the Rocket framework. So I don't actually write this log, nor do I write this one, nor these. I think all of these logs are part of the framework, and I can check that if I just go to my server and search for post. I don't write that statement anywhere in my code. So I feel like it has to be the application that's actually sending that initial request. Which, okay, if that's our hypothesis, if that's what we think, then we can mimic it, right? If we actually send an extra slash, does it actually show up? Because that will confirm or deny. Okay, what is up with this formatting? Okay, let's send more slashes. Great. So here we can see all the slashes coming. So it's definitely on the application side. So we've narrowed that down. But here is the endpoint that I'm requesting it to. Unless this, so the slash is here. How is that possible? What if I do this? What happens then? Where's my Flutter application? Yeah. Alright, let's just move the web browser over because we're not using that. Flutter. Oh, database. Okay, I'll fix that in a second. I'm invested in this bug. Wait, I'm running Flutter somewhere else, am I? No, I'm not. I guess I just closed Flutter. Strange. I've never seen a man think at 100 times. Whenever people see me coding, what I tell them is I jump around a lot, but they're not very efficient movements. I don't have any idea what I'm doing. My mouse just moves me to places and things happen, but are they efficient? Am I thinking? No. Am I fast? Maybe. Too many windows. You can never have enough windows. Come on, guys. Like this is how you program. This is peak programming right here. And you gotta tile them a bit like this. Oh, there we go. Here we go. This is the perfect split. Let's put one like that. Let's open something so it looks pretty and it looks like we're doing things. Wow. Wow, guys. I'm a professional programmer. Yeah, no, that's exactly what it is. Am I really doing work? Yeah, I guess. Okay. Yeah. That's the real reason why my setup is the way it is, so it looks very nice and I don't get yelled at by my superiors. Okay, what were we testing? We're testing sending a request. Yes. And interesting. So you can see here, even though I modified the API, okay, I think this is an artifact of the code. Because here I'm pointing to my screen. I realize that you can't see me pointing. I've set up lots of forward slashes and we send that request. So we send it with all the forward slashes. But on the server side, it only receives it as a double. I think what Rocket is trying to tell us is that we're hosting on this domain. We're hosting on the IP with, sorry, this path is where our server is hosted. And this is the request. So it gives us that extra information through the log. That's what I assume. I don't think I won't look into this too much further because I don't know what I'll get from it. But that's an interesting pickup, but I think that's what's happening. Put up a scrolling matrix window. How do I full screen only this window? Alright, I gotta make it like this. Oh god, what's happening? Okay, so I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna do this, and here you go. This is just for you. How do I get rid of this bar? I don't know how to get rid of it. We're just gonna stick it like this. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Perfect. Imagine not knowing how to mini player. I know, right? What is mini player? I actually don't know what that is, unironically. Press L. Alright, I'm not a YouTube pro here. L? It doesn't do anything. You mean this one? I? But how does that help? My eye gets captured by my Vimium, by the way. So, it doesn't, it just makes it small. Okay, let's get back to regular programming. What I want to do is get this server working, which shouldn't take too long. I need to, database URL is not set. That's fine. What is my database URL for this? I remember it was hard-coded. The reason why I have to set it twice is my environment file doesn't actually get committed. And that's actually done intentionally because of different environments that you'll run on. I was hoping that this will provide a nice abstraction to, which doesn't really matter because it's relative, but I assume I'll have more things like what ports I'm running on, what, and things like that. So it actually has to sit right here. Wow, copy it onto my Debian. What is happening? Why is this not working? No table. Yes, that makes sense as well. I wonder if this works. I don't think this works from what we talked about yesterday. Yeah. Okay, let's do it the old-fashioned way. And by old-fashioned, I mean manual. Perfect. Now, please build. Perfect. Very nice. Whilst I'm doing that, as I said, let's hopefully my phone turns on. It seems to be out of it. Okay, my phone's turning on. Hopefully I'll be able to actually run this and get it working end to end. So first and foremost, if I run this, it's running on localhost 800, but I think I've set it up in a way that Nginx forwards it to localhost 8000. So even though I'm running on localhost, this should still work. So let's give it a shot. Wow, very cool. So we can go to it's running end to end. So I can actually make the application talk to this server as opposed to my local database. Let me just see what's inside my, oh, I didn't open a tmux session within my, hold on, let's do that. That's really ugly, but that's fine. Just so I can launch it. Okay, how do I do this in a nice way? I think I need to open a new terminal first, log in, and then open up a tmux section. Because my outer tmux session is capturing my inner one. Kind of sucks. Oops, it's in doc. For some reason now I have two of these. Sometimes I don't. I do open up a tmux session. So one thing I need to do. Okay. My bindings aren't the same because I've changed my tmux to use A instead of B, but I can live with that. I'll be able to get this running. Why do I need to do this? Oh, I wanted to check the database. Man, it is, my brain is not thinking well today. So let's select everything from our database. So I hope it's empty at the moment. Sorry. Okay. Habit. Okay. From habit. Okay, it's empty. But the habit log should have my default entries in it. It does not. That's okay. That makes sense. Okay, it's just completely empty because it's a clean database, of course. Are you on i3? Do you still need tmux? Yes, I am on i3, and that's a good question. Why do I need tmux? Let me quickly explain. i3 is great in terms of the terminals. So this works fine, but usually the way I program is I have I bring it down one layer. So these, if you look at the way I'm programming at the moment, this pane over here, even though it's split, it represents my Rust code. So you can see all the different logical things I need to do my Rust code. So I know that i3 pane, not the i3 pane, but the tmux pane has all the Rust information. So I can move that around, and that container represents Rust. Whereas here represents DigitalOcean, and finally here represents Flutter. So it gives me a logical separation. It gives me more flexibility to go one level down. And if you want to go really meta, I also use panes within Vim as well to represent different logical sections of the code. I think the real reason is I'm obsessed with tiling. I just like things that tile, so you can't have enough tiling, really. That's a good question. Really, you probably don't, but I like having that logical separation. It also allows me to do things like full screen a pane and still, if I want to focus, say, on the server, I full screen it, but I still have different panes to play with, like a build or an editor or things like that. Cool. What were we looking at? So the server's up and running. What I actually want to run is this. I'm opening up my phone right now. It's black and white. Ignore the fact that it's black and white. But if I open Flutter devices, I should be able to see my actual Android device. Here we go. So let's close the emulator because it's big boy time and we're doing real production grade work. Go away, emulator. Alright, okay, thank you. Okay, so if we do Flutter run, is that running on the right device? I can't actually tell. I'm gonna move the terminal. I mean this. Actually, I'll move it to a different i3 window. Yeah, sorry. So that's tiling within here, and then I also have logical separation between my i3 levels. Yeah, to be fair, Emacs will cover everything. I wanted to try Emacs. I haven't had the time to switch over to it. No, don't want to turn off. I do want to try out Emacs because really what I do with my environment is I live in the terminal, and Emacs seems very much suited for that. But I wouldn't use raw Emacs. I'd probably use Space Max. I mean, evil Emacs, because I don't think I can edit anything other than Vim. Okay, so my computer can't detect my device. What does it say? What is the error? No permissions. Insufficient or no permissions? I'm pretty sure I'm already in the plug dev group. What is log name? I could check it. Okay, apparently I'm not. This is not the error message I get anyway, but I can't tell if that's, surely wouldn't be because I'm on Arch. I had this working last time. Okay, when I can't really figure things out from the terminal, I will just run up a GUI. Because things, quote unquote, just work once you launch one of these. Okay, run. It should just work, right? I haven't even opened the project. I have. Run. 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 No. thinking. I've done that. I got this app running. Believe me, I got this app running on my phone the other time. You're gonna have to take my word for it. But I will start from scratch and get it running again. What are these pseudo ADB devices? No permissions. Plug this in. USB debugging connected. That's good. You know, it would be a cool production quality if I could actually bring up my actual phone on the screen right now. Maybe food for thought for next time. Okay, this is exactly what I have. LS USB. Which one is it? Here, Google Pixel. Okay. What do you want me to do? Create a UDev rule? I already did this. I'm sure I did this already. I didn't do this already. But then how did it run last time? I also like blindly copying things from Stack Overflow and running sudo on them. It makes it very comfortable. It makes me very happy. ID vendor 22B checkup device. Here's my vid and PID. Vid is the first one, PID is the second one. Sure, copy all of it. I was trying to think, why is it called a PID? Why does it have a process ID for a device? Then I realized it's a product ID. Let's open this in sudo. What happened? Why is it not pasting? There we go. Is that the correct one? Okay, so UDev rule is created. Let's reload the rules. Lovely. We're so close to end to end. How did your color change, Kudos? What's your stream schedule? My stream schedule is a great question. What is my stream schedule? Hopefully on the hopefully on weekends. I'm hoping to stream Saturday 8 to 5 Pacific time, and then Sunday I'll have to see because I have to do errands and cook and meal prep and things like that. I was actually thinking of streaming on the weekdays for about 2 hours a day as well. Please give me Australian time. 1 AM Australian time on Saturday, on Sunday, 1 AM Australian time on Sunday, until like, yeah, no ideal times. But it'll be 1 AM to like the morning, but on weekdays I was thinking if I start streaming at 5, that will be around 10 Australian time. Yeah, that'll be 10 Australian time, so 10 to 12 Australian time on the weekdays. And the question of whether I'm just going to do coding is a good one. I was thinking to do coding throughout the main section, and maybe the last half an hour we can do variety. We can become a just chatting stream, or we can do a mukbang, you know. But I'll have to say that I don't think that's where my strengths lie. In terms of streaming, I don't think that's. But hey, I'm open to ideas. If we have like, we want to watch some YouTube videos, you want me to do some ideas I had was also doing like leak code questions, some kind of programming questions, just chatting to people. I have no idea. I mean, this is new to me as well. Okay, so I updated the rules. So I assume if I plug it out and plug it back in, maybe it'll work. I mean, that's usually the way to do things. If it doesn't work, take it out, plug it back in, and it works. But it's not authorized. That's okay. Authorize. I think that's how you do it. Incorrect. But that's really good. I mean, really good. That works now. Why it didn't work before? I thought I had the rule, but I guess I didn't. We can do, yeah, no. That's why, I have to wait till I get my actual microphone and I'll just leave it there. I'm down for some keyboard ASMR. We'll order some different types of keys too, and we can try it. If you're wondering what keyboard it is, it's an Ergodox. Very nice ergonomic. Let's do a plug my blog. Ignore the beginning part, but that's the keyboard I have. Ergodox, very clean. I like it. This is what I used to have before, which was just too bulky. To be honest, you're reading this blog, the main reason I wanted to change was this is just aesthetically pleasing. There's no reason why I needed to change keyboards. Which actually brings me to a funny story when I'm just gonna check actually speaking of my mic. It was meant to arrive today. So if it's arrived, I can go get it and set it up. It was delivered today, so at some point I can go downstairs and set that up. And we can have some crisp quality. But I was going to say, a funny story in terms of doing things for aesthetics. I had my terminal set up at work, and someone came over and they were like, "Wow, your terminal looks really nice, like the way it's set up and whatnot." And I was like, "Wow, that's really nice." And then they said, "Are you a designer?" Because everything looks very well organized, and that was the greatest compliment ever. A compliment, not that am I a programmer, but am I a designer? That I've never been one to have very good taste in things that look nice. Sweet, you got the black one. I was actually considering getting the black one. Why didn't I? Not sure. I think the rest of my place is very white. You can see in my cupboard back there as well. So I'm going with the white color scheme. The only concern I have with the white one if it got dirty, but let's try to keep it clean, I guess. What switches do you have, Pick? I don't know if it was, I don't know who I was talking to before about switches yesterday. I think it was Sigmofo. Was Sigmofo, were you the one that wanted to get a keyboard? An Ergodox? I'm going to cheat and look at your messages. Ah, you were! Yes, I remember. Sigmofo, you now have to get an Ergodox, so all three, everyone has an Ergodox. I think we'll have to make a requirement that you have an Ergodox to watch the stream. I don't see any other way. This stream won't work unless everyone has an Ergodox. Okay. Working? Unauthorized. Is the device go to the developer option on the phone and revoke it? Sure. I'll revoke the ability. Revoked. Great. I love how all the tutorials are pretty much turn it off and on again. Just do things again. They don't work. And then now I allow debugging. Very good. Ah, very cool. Now we run the device. Let me turn off black and white mode, because it looks really weird. How do I do that? Accessibility. Ah, I got the Kali gold ones. Box white. I'm just gonna take a look at those. Linear switches. No. Clicky. Hey. Hey, what's the difference between that and the ones I have? 60 grams bottom out, 50 grams. I have the Kali gold ones. Are they not exactly the same? Oh, your one has more travel. Sorry. Because the specs. Let's just open a quick terminal. My one is 1.44 operating through. Okay. I'm not going to pretend to be a mechanical keyboard nerd. I don't know what half of these parameters mean, but it seems very similar. It seems like we have very similar keyboards. Hey, it's running. I want to turn off the black and white so I can show you guys. Hold on. And if you ask why my phone's in black and white, it's so I don't use my phone as often, which is interesting. I just unplugged it, and I was wondering why. Sure. Okay. This is the most. Okay. It runs. Now, where's my server? Where's my server? Where's my... Oh, it's on the DigitalOcean server. Yes. So let's open up. Okay, let's close this one, and if we do this, no. B. No. I'm trying to remember the default tmux commands, but I don't. That's fine. We will send a wake up early habit mark. And it did nothing. I should plug back in the USB to figure out why it did nothing. Actually, let's validate this is even working. Because we should be able to do this, right? Send a request to my server to say string. Okay, so I think my Nginx is broken. It's probably not hosting on the right port. Now let's not leak anything. I don't think you leak anything from Nginx though, but honestly I have no idea. Sites enabled? No. I want modules enabled. No. I want to say that I got lazy and I put it in the root one. Don't do this. Create a new site and enable it. But for now, let's take a look. Okay, I have nothing here. Oh, okay, so this doesn't do any forwarding. Maybe it is in modules enabled. Or maybe I just haven't set it up. Actually, a really easy way to just test this is just open up a browser and run it. See, the endpoint works. Okay, no. Okay, so this works. This part's fine. This, not so much. Oh, is it because it's not HTTPS? Ah, I don't accept HTTP because it's a dev. On .dev domains, you actually have to use HTTPS. It's a fun fact. Yeah, so I do make it black and white, so I get quote unquote less addicted to it. Yeah, Twitter, I actually recently got a Twitter, and that is a time sink, to say the least. But conceptually, in general, I actually don't like phones and notifications, so I try to set up everything such that it's pull instead of push. I don't like how the whole world is all about push and get notifications about these things happening. I like to be like, hey, I want to look at something, and so I'm going to go and look at it. To give an example would be like my Instagram page. I don't want push notifications that people are posting things or people are following and posting things, or even messages. Messages they're time sensitive, so maybe push works better there. But I like being able to say, hey, I want to look at some Instagram pictures. Let me go look at Instagram pictures. Okay, so this is fine. So there's obviously something going, oh, I know exactly what's going on. I haven't set it up to use release. It's on debug mode, so it's using the endpoint. Don't look at this code. I want to actually keep it on debug mode and use the correct production server. I'm sure there's a way to do this in Dart and set like an environment variable, but we're going to do this instead. Now what's the time? 6. How much work does it take to get an app approved and to upload an app? So I don't actually want it to get approved. I don't actually want it to be public. You have to pay money. I don't have money. So it has to get approved, but how do I just like do beta? How do I do development? Essentially, how do I get other people to use this app if they wanted to? Okay, release. I think that's just a Flutter terminology for constant. It's like Hungarian notation. That's what I didn't choose that, by the way. That's part of their variables. You'll see this a lot in C++ code actually. Use k to represent a constant. Okay, so the application is running again, I think, if I just reload it. So, okay, so I'm gonna mark wake up early. Oh, look at that! Look at that! We have a real application running end to end. Just to show you guys that I'm not kidding. You can't see anything. All right, take my word for it. It works. Cool. So I unmark things. Okay, let's add a habit. Code. And there you go. We get code. It gets marked. And if we really want to verify, let's take a look at the database. Habits. Yep, it's called habit. Why do I only have 3? Let's do this. Okay, right, because I haven't... Oh, I unmarked something. Right, I only have 3 things marked actually on my phone, so that makes sense. Let's do this. And let's do this. Okay, that's meant to be an emoji. I don't think I have Unicode on my DigitalOcean server. So you can't actually see what that emoji is. But it is an emoji. How come this one I can't see? Okay, maybe the emoji actually doesn't work. But I saw, we did last time the tennis racket. Okay, this is not relevant, but I'm going to do a tennis racket again just to make sure. Okay, I guess some Unicode works on. I guess I don't have all the fonts. Yeah, that's probably it. It's probably less, it doesn't work on my DigitalOcean, but my terminal doesn't have the font for emojis. Sure. So be it. So this is actually pretty cool. So I can use this now. And only one person can use it because all of the requests will go to my database, which has no users and no authentication. So you can add whatever habit you like if you go to this API. I'm not telling you to do it, but I'm saying it's possible. Okay, so that's pretty, I'm pretty happy with the stuff that we've done so far. A lot of these steps actually was a lot quicker than I thought it would be. Set up DigitalOcean server, perfect. No secrets leaked at all that I know of yet. What do we want to do now? What should we do? There's actually a lot of things we can do, but what should we do? Oh, I don't know when you guys joined, but I had, oh, I think I lost it. Minecraft Dungeons, that's not what I'm looking for. I had a high-level diagram to explain what the purpose of all this was. Actually, I'm going to upload this video to YouTube, so if you were actually interested, you could see that. But essentially, one of the things I need to do is make this a hierarchy. Oh man, when will I learn how to spell? Not anytime soon. I feel like spell check makes you spell worse because I don't bother trying to learn how to actually spell. It's kind of embarrassing. Hierarchical style habits. I mean, I think that's a kind of a stretch goal, but really I wanted to have a tree of habits where it's like health is the habit, the parent habit, and you mark underneath habits. So let's give an example. You go health, exercise, gym. And if you mark gym, then a habit is actually marked for health and for exercise and health. So it propagates up the tree. And the reason for that is not for habits, but I wanted to do it for time tracking. To give you an example, let's say you want to figure out how much time you spend on a activity that has to do with health. So you would have health, and then you have exercise, but you also would want to have like healthy eating. And you want to propagate that time into either of them upwards. So I want to see like a tree with a time graph so I can query it at any point. So I would be able to see I spent 20% of my time on health, 20% of my time on, say, work, which is a very small amount of my time, and then I can look into it a little bit more in depth. But again, I think this is a stretch. It's a feature that I'd like, but it's not one that I need. Users is pretty high priority because I want to get feedback in terms of everything. So that's high priority. We could also, I'll probably do that offline. I was going to say figure out how to actually get app on the App Store. That's something we need to do. Oh, visualization of data. Actually, this one's trivial. This is like, I want the data to go into Excel, from SQL to Excel, and I'm sure that's been done before. And not even it's been done before, I'm sure it's trivial. I'm certain it's trivial. But this does mean create an endpoint to download data. Kind of need users and authentication for this. Don't want everyone to download my data. I feel like the GDPR will be on my ass, but I'm not sure. They would send me warnings. As always, yeah, that's actually kind of interesting. If this is an internal application that don't release and people use, do I still need to abide by the GDPR or like privacy rules, or is it only if it's a commercial application? I guess we'll never know. Okay, let's do the user and authentication because I'm feeling good. We've got a lot of good stuff done. Let's try something a bit harder that I have not done before. I haven't done much authentication work, but I want to be able to figure things like sessions out. Kind of a login screen on the Flutter application. Did this just bump up? Someone sending API requests to my server? Was that me? I don't know if that was me. It couldn't have been me because I would have sent a correct request. Cool. This is going to be a big unknown, but I think this is going to be fun. So let's see if we can get that done today. User accounts will be simple. Authentication is the hard part, but user accounts is a prerequisite. So let's actually set up users first. These are, I bundled them together. These are two different tasks. Users is much easier, though I still need to think through how we're going to do this. Allow multiple users. Okay, we're going to go into a brainstorming session. I'm going to leave this here in case anyone sends more requests, and I can yell at them for sending requests to my server. Okay, let's do a little bit of brainstorming. I guess the diary. I literally already have that open. I wanted to open a, whoa, that's not what I want to open. I want to open a whiteboard. Oh, here's my high-level architecture. It's very straightforward. It's just me explaining what the usages of them are. Here's the hierarchical data format. Here's what we're building right now is a manual data collection, but I want to build a lot of automated applications as well. Things like a Chrome, a Firefox extension to see what web page you're on, or a desktop application, or even things like getting data from your Apple Watch to store all of this data in one unified format. Monolithic centralized database. Okay, let's create a new board. Great. If anyone wants to join, they can join, but I don't know what you would do, but you can join. Let's figure out how to do users. Users. So looking at the code at the moment, not Rust, projects, I guess. I moved projects to the root directory, and now my auto jump is very confused as to where the project directory is. It keeps taking me to the wrong one. Okay, the first step, the first place we need to start is at SQL, because we'll work backwards from there in terms of what our schema is. And this, to me, should be pretty straightforward. I'm just going to clear these panes. A user sits above the habit. So if we go back to our graph here, we have, oh cool, I already have this. Do we have circles? We do, perfect. We have users, and each user has a bunch of habits. And I need to actually solidify this terminology because I'm struggling to collide. I think we're going to call these habits, and these are habits, and in each habit, and I freeform wrote this instead of using the text tool because I can. Health, work, reading, self. What kind of habits do you have? Let's just say risk. So these I'm going to call habits. A habit is not when you mark something, but it's just the high level groups. Habits are hierarchical. So each habit itself can contain multiple habits. Too many. It's going to be too hard to draw. I wish I could connect my remarkable and draw there, but this would work. So let's say gym, eating well. Okay, sure. Okay, and each of those, but interestingly, each habit can have a habit instance, and let's see if we can use a different color for that. And we'll call these habit instances. Oh, one of the key features I completely forgot about is a habit at the moment is daily. In theory, there's no reason it needs to be daily, but we can fix that another time. So gym, let's say legs. How's the remarkable? I mean, I love the remarkable. I'm a big fan, and for the reason I actually stated before, which is I don't like getting pushed and getting distracted. The remarkable, the limitation is it doesn't connect to the internet, which is one of its biggest advantages. It allows you, it's like a Kindle in a sense. It allows you to kind of sit, relax, read, write, and not worry about all the different things you can be doing. This is the ugliest diagram. Instead of saying cooking, and let's say no carbs. Something strange like that. So these are habit instances. No. I just did another, okay. That I went on cruise control. Those are not habit instances. Let's actually undo that. Let's just, these are the dates that you've done it. So let's just say 0725. We did this one in the future. Of course, these are going to be Unix timestamps and completely self-contained. But I'll do that for simplicity. So each of these have instances, but I also I'm trying to think is, can you only set instances on the nodes of the graph, or can you set it on any node? Sorry, on the leaf nodes of the graph. Can you only set instances on there? Does it make sense to set health as a habit? And I'd argue no. How's the PDF rendering? PDF rendering is pretty good. The only downside I'd say is you can't really do notes in line like you would say on Adobe Acrobat. So I just write on like the margins, which is like a normal book, but the rendering is fine. I haven't had any issues. So in theory, I'd argue no. You only can add habits. You only can add habit instances on the leaf nodes. But when I actually expand this to time spent as opposed to a single habit instance, then it actually does make sense to do this. For example, what I'm saying is I could say that, hey, I spent X amount of time on health. This also can be achieved by the user actually creating like a MISC bucket for them to do whatever they want. which might actually simplify the reasoning and just say that you only can create on the leaf nodes and it will propagate up. And if you want something generic, you don't actually create a habit on or track time on one of these parent nodes, but you still do on the leaf node. I actually kind of like that. Okay, this is kind of besides the point. The idea that I was trying to get at here is the users have the different sets. So this is a pretty straightforward hierarchical design. And we can define that in SQL as the following. In our schema, we can see the hierarchical design kind of coming in here. The habit, which I will call, okay, I solidified the naming in this explanation. The naming is incorrect here. This is what I'm trying to call a habit. This is what I'm going to call a habit instance. But each instance has a habit associated with it. And if we just blindly copy that to what our diagram, what our diagram says, this is list of users, right? Users, username. I don't like how this is habit underscore name, but username is one word. Sure. You have to have a unique username, yes. Unique username, very important. But now every habit here has a user ID, which is so you can look at these as each like the parent nodes essentially. This is the parent node for here, this is the parent node, almost like a pointer to the habit above. Now so you don't have to have a unique habit name anymore, but we need to have a unique habit username pair. And we can do that by Googling. So, how do I do? Oh, okay. So it looks like you just do this before. Unique user habit pair. And that's the user ID and the habit name. Those have to be unique. That makes sense. So you have a unique. Okay, let's do this. Unique username. Great. Unique. Each user must have unique habits. Great. I'm actually curious now, what happens to my app if I actually do the same habit twice? So let's say wake up early. We also need to make sure to make this not case sensitive, because that's going to be a problem. Okay, so that's a bug. If I aim to create the same habit twice, it just creates another one. That's a bug on the application side. I need to start filing a bug at my GitHub repo so I don't forget. The dupe habit on client side. Remove case sensitivity. That's fine. Is there a place, Brennan? Unfortunately, there isn't at the moment. I don't see why I shouldn't make this public. Let me think. I haven't. This is the second time I've been streaming, so I'm worried I put secrets in here somewhere. I haven't audited the code yet. Plus test. Oh, right. If you actually wanted to use it. So this domain is actually open. The domain for the server, but the client application unfortunately isn't, because I have to give the source code. Let me get back to you on that. I think that'd be a really good idea to be able to expose this so people can look at it themselves whilst following the stream. And hey, you can do pull requests, and then that way I can you can make this team programming. I'm down. I'm down for some team programming. But it's a good question. Unfortunately, it isn't at the moment, only just because I just started streaming. Yeah. 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 That's about it. Streaming in general is kind of I mean, yeah. I'm just scared I'll accidentally leak something. But again, what is the attack vector? What will you gain? Probably not much. But I think for the benefit of interactability like being a lot more interactive with this stream, being able to expose it. It'd be pretty cool. I'm actually thinking it'd be pretty cool. People like working on different features. Like this is now becomes a collaborative stream, and everyone's kind of on the same Zoom call or the same kind of whatever messaging app we use. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't really care about the stakes, to be honest. This is mostly a learning process. Even if this becomes big, sure. I doubt it. But it'd be great. Like we all can learn together. We all can discuss patches. I can review some code too, which is, I wish people would review my code because I'm pretty sure there's a lot of things that are not ideal with it. But that's a very good point. I will add that as something I will look into. Yeah, no, I think that sounds really fun. I think that is a fantastic idea. I'm really just getting into kind of Twitch, trying to understand Team Hackathon on Twitch. Yeah. What it kind of reminds me of is Wolfram Alpha. Wolfram Alpha has, what really fascinates me is they upload, is it this one? They upload all their meetings, like they're completely remote, but they upload all the meetings and you actually can see them. I forgot, yeah, Stephen Wolfram. What is the parent company of Wolfram Alpha? You can see them kind of talking and discussing decisions. It's really cool for such a big company that they do something like this. Yeah, let me just show you. Here, look at this. Live CEOing episode 300. I don't see how this doesn't have millions of views. I mean, I haven't watched it myself, but look at this. This is him in a meeting with other people discussing like concrete decisions that have to be made. It really is. No, one of the things with open source that I really like, a different company was doing, was every 12 months they open source their code. So when you buy something, or when they develop something, after a while it gets open source. I think that's a really nice balance between having a product that obviously gives you an advantage because you don't want people to just blindly copy it, but you can still share the code. I think that's really cool. On your question of what got you into programming, what you did is exactly, in streaming programming, accountability. I think yesterday I did a programming session and it was my most productive programming session by far. I don't jump to watch YouTube videos and things like that. Yeah, transparency is very cool. I'm a big fan of transparency. That's for sure. Okay. Yeah, but accountability here is great. I'm surprisingly productive, and by rubber ducking essentially everything I do, it kind of forces me to really think through the problem. It's a very trivial thing, but it's something that I don't do very often. Like if I'm in the office, I'm just going to work. I might brainstorm something with someone, but I'm not going to say everything that I'm doing. And it keeps you focused. By saying what you're doing, keeps you focused. Speaking of which, I should focus on getting this to work. Okay, so this table exists, it has a username. This is pretty trivial. We will store our passwords in plain text. Just kidding. We won't use any passwords, and I actually think I'm not going to set up passwords because authentication kind of seems a dangerous place. But what I will try to do is send up like proxy authentication. What is it called? Like OAuth? Yeah, OAuth. I'm going to set this up so you can actually sign in using like say a Facebook account or something like that. But I don't really want to deal with authentication properly. I'm going to link people's passwords and people are going to be upset. I will be upset if I link people's passwords. Thanks for tuning in, Brennan. It was nice chatting. I'll see if I can open source it. But have a good one. Have a good rest of your day, or I hope you had a good day if your day's ending, and have a good day tomorrow. See you later. Okay. So this constraint is fine. What I do need to do with my schema, I need to drop the users. At some I can imagine myself running this on a production database. Yeah. Just don't do it. Just don't run on a production database. I have this kind of test data, which is really cool, but I don't plan on using it anymore. It just sits here, so that's fine. Okay, so everything should still work. Let's go back to local testing. I'm gonna shut down my server and things like that. And let's bring back the emulator. do I really need the emulator? I could do this purely from the server. Actually, let's not bring up the emulator. Let's run it from the server. Address already in use means it's running somewhere, but I'm not quite sure where. Where is my server? Oops. Oh, address. No, that means my server's running. But is it running? Unless something. Okay. I'm probably missing something very simple right now. To explain why. Ah, there it is. It is running. Okay, so we run the server. Everything should still work. Even though I said let's not use the Android emulator, let's actually just launch it. It'll be easy to test the server. This is the beauty of having things end to end. I don't have to use like command line tools and just do post requests. I can see things actually working. Oops, I didn't want to actually run the application. I want to open up. Where is this? I want to open up a debugger. It should be tools. I thought it was in tools. Okay, not build, no, not analyze. Where's my If I close it and open it again, it will refresh my memory. It's like refreshing my RAM. And then I'll figure out where it is. It's in tools. It's not in tools. What is going on? Okay. Create an virtual device. Yes, that's what I want to do. Where is it? Any of this? Whoa. Oh, that's pretty cool though. No, that's not what I want. The AVD manager, yes, that's exactly what I want. But am I blind? Because I can't. I bet someone knows where this is and is probably dying watching me look for this. Because I would be. Tools! I told you it was in tools, but where? Where is... what happened? Why is it gone now? Okay. I'm not confused. I know what I'm doing. This is, yep. I feel like a crazy person. Keep looking back at tools and be like, ah, this time it will show up. It has to be here. There's nowhere else it can be. I am a crazy person. Okay, let's get to the settings. Maybe it somehow got uninstalled. Because tools do that. When you don't look or don't use them for a while, they will just uninstall themselves. And you don't want them to do that. Nope. Not the SDK. Okay, I'm going to do what I did last time and do this from scratch. One of the things, if I did open this up, actually getting this started, I have it set up a very efficient. What are you making? Hi Siren, welcome. I am building a habit tracker app. Ideally, not just habit tracking, but task tracking. Here's a very high level hierarchical diagram. Absorb it. I'm building a application here in Flutter, which allows me to set and unset habits, and here's where we are so far. I really don't think you can see any of this. The focus is going to be impossible. I'll show you once I get the emulator up and running. And we have a server backend in Rust, and what we're actually doing now, which is actually shows up, is allowing multiple users. At the moment, we only have one user. But the idea is it allows you to collect data of your habits or time tracking, and at the end of the week, you can kind of do a review, like a weekend review, almost like if you're a software engineer, like a retrospective, your own life retrospective, to see where you're spending your time and what can you do to improve. Sick mofo, you're a legend, and I thank you very much. This is the beauty of Twitch. I don't have to think. Okay, I actually have to read the instructions instead of blindly trying to do things. I never read Stack Overflow posts. I will skip the question, I'll read the title, skip the question, and go straight and look for things that I can copy and paste. It's not great. Is the icon there? Yeah. I wish I could just stream my job. So you guys, you can do my job. Who's an expert in operating systems? Somebody tell me. Somebody let me know. We can sign some NDAs. We can do a private stream where you just do my job for me. Is the icon there? The icon isn't here. I usually think it's here. So I'm going to follow these steps. Control Shift A, AVD Manager. See, look, it's here, but how come it's not in the tools? Why is it not here with the icon? This is what I want. I don't know why it's not here. In the toolbar? Whoa, I made a mistake. Okay, we're good. Hold on one sec, let me hide this. In the toolbar. Okay, I'm making it bigger. I actually can make it smaller. Oh, it is here. So why did it disappear from the tools section? Oh yeah, because I've never clicked this button. I am going to promise you I've never clicked this button before in my life, and I will never click it. I refuse now by principle to not click that button because it's been hiding from me, and it should be in the tools, and now it's back in the tools. Okay, that I'm not crazy, right? Like that wasn't there before. Like, am I going insane? This was. Someone needs to clip that. I need to report a bug. I feel like I'm going crazy. This is why I stream, so I can prove to myself I'm not going crazy, and the government is doing something to my software to make things disappear. Okay, so where were we? Just to show you, it's a feature, not a bug. Yeah, to drive me insane. It's kind of my favorite kind of feature. Features that drive me insane. Just to quickly show it's not Siren, it's Sir Enigma. Okay, I always laugh when streamers can't say names so they don't read it, and I myself can't say names because I can't read. Just to show him or her where we're up to is we have this server running here. I actually need to update the Flutter application itself. Let me just go back. Nope, back one more. Okay. I want to update this application because I did some bad things here, which I will continue to do bad things and write bad code. But bad code that runs and works is good code. So far we have this application on the right, which is the interface you saw in this diagram. One of these diagrams. I lost the diagram. Did I actually lose the diagram? I lost the diagram. Okay, so you didn't see it in the diagram, but as you can see here, this is an application that's running on a phone. And what we can do right now is we can add habits, which is really cool. We did that this stream, actually. Fun fact, we also delete habits. We did that this stream. I called a habit habits because I want to confuse myself. And if we mark it, it goes to the server. So we can mark habits, we can undo habits. So it's very simple at the moment, but I like having it end-to-end and working. Flutter. Yeah, Sendwood. We're app developers now. When am I joining your startup? I'm developing apps. Look at me go. So it works. It does things. But at the moment there are no users. At the moment that means my database. You can DDoS it. Don't do it. I will come to you and I will say angry things if you do DDoS my server, because my DigitalOcean bill will be $5. It might be over $5, and I cannot afford that. But the good thing, what I was actually just testing, and I'm not doing this mindlessly. I was testing that even though I updated my schema, this still works fine. So let's kill the database, because we can destroy production databases when nobody uses it. Don't do this at your workplace. Your boss might not be very happy. I mean, if you can delete the production database and you have that functionality, that's really on them, right? Like, that's not your fault. Awesome. So things still work, even though we have users. But of course, the users do nothing. So at least we understand how we're going to do it on the database side, what our schema looks like. Now let's work backwards from there. And let's actually see what our routes look like. So let's, I guess, create a user endpoint for the time being. And let's just brainstorm what we need to do for a user. We need to create users, of course. We need to delete users. I'm just thinking, can anyone create users? I guess. Can anyone delete users? I guess. Okay, there's going to be a lot of trust in the code that we write. We're going to trust our users to do the right thing. And they're not going to DDoS our server. They're not going to create a million users. They're not going to do bad things, because why would people do bad things? No one would do bad things. So we can create users, delete users. Every habit has an associated user now. Great. Is that all we need to do? Like, this just seems trivial. Am I missing something? Users don't have passwords, so you can add a habit to someone else's user. Again, trust the users, they'll do the right thing. Yeah, sure. Seems trivial. I think the hard part will be integrating it with cookies and whatnot. User or users? Let's call it users. Again, as we say in every stream, I need to refactor this file. But nobody wants to watch refactoring, we want features. My boss is on my ass to get me features. He doesn't care if the code is clean. He cares if he can press the button to create a user. And that's fair. Because refactored code isn't going to provide any value. Well, I mean, it provides a heap of value. What am I talking about? Do I need access to the database create a user? Yes. Do I need this one with the user request, and it's a user. And we're all interfacing with users. I can imagine this API wouldn't be public. And like only through the OAuth path that you can actually call this API, I guess. Result. Let's return nothing for a result now. I don't think there's anything that I can think of. I mean, user already found is a good result. Yeah. Let's do it properly. Let's do user response. I'm trying to think if I should do a success flag. I hate the fact that this is down here, but the user response is up there. I'm trying to think, should I do a success flag, or should I actually return like a error code to say that the user has already been created? I'm just gonna, again, I'm trying to keep things very simple. This might bite me in the ass down the road, trying to move fast and but sure. If it bites me down the road, I'll figure it out down the road. Okay, the JSON request when manipulated users, great. The JSON request object when JSON response. I'm just thinking of the structure in general. I kind of like having like a root struct called habit, and internally it holds data structures called a response, or even namespace by habit. So you can do things like this, as opposed to creating a different type. You can see that I'm implicitly namespacing it. But yeah, improvements for another day. Maybe I'll have one day where I just improve my code, because it is very ugly. But it works. Kind of. Okay, so users, very trivial. We're going to copy this kind of syntax that we have here, because I like this. I mean, I need to do this. I don't necessarily like it. So users. Okay, what is the request though? Does JSON have enums? Interesting. Doesn't matter. We're gonna, again, I'm gonna refactor this, but I'm gonna refactor them together. We're gonna do something, the exact same thing that we did with a habit, which is should mark. This will be, oh, I don't want to call it create or delete. What I'm trying to think of is, if I were writing this in Rust, this is what I want. I want an enum called user command, and it has like create and delete, right? And this is now action. Actually, it's user action is the keyword. But I just don't know how to represent that in JSON. Represent Rust in JSON. It might be better if I keep the interface like this so you can see everything. I'll move the server to this side. Whoa, okay. Okay, enum. Please call the number. Age is 43. Oh, sorry, that's the value enum. I actually want to represent an enum. I don't care about the value enum. So enums. Ah, perfect. Enums. Okay, so request. Oh, I really like this syntax. Every time I look at actual code, I look back at my code and it just makes me sad. But it's functional, okay? That's what I keep telling myself. As long as it's functional, then my code is superior. Request ID, method, parameter, response. Right, this is perfect. How this would do, oh, so you just use the string as the name. That's really cool. So this action in JSON, what it would look like is create, and the parameters I don't know what the parameters will be because it's empty. I don't have any parameters. How do I do unit? I guess null. Is there null in JSON? Okay, there are two ways of doing it: externally tagged or internally tagged, which is type request. This one's, I like externally tagged because this is the request and it has the data as opposed to internally tagged. So, oh, let's use this structs. Enum E. EW is represented as WA0. Okay, Z. Is this represented as Z? Oh, so it's still called action, but the action is now called create. And if I wanted to pass parameters, the action would be called create, and then it would also have the parameters here. Man, that's really nice. This whole section of the code can be simplified drastically. to share a lot of the encapsulation, similar to the namespacing that I was saying before. For now, let's only do it for users, and I will I'll clean all of this up maybe next stream or the stream after. I do want to get things end-to-end working, and because that would be cool. What to do on a user? Sure. Build a user. Wow. Comments that say the exact same thing as a variable. Great thinking, Justin. Great thinking. I'm gonna write the user name. Okay, I won't put the comment. Action to be applied. The comment repeats the variable. I won't put it. The response is just succeeded. Again, now that we know how to do enums here, we can use the enums to explain what the response actually is. For now, this is fine. Handle user request. So one thing I actually noticed, inside my endpoint here, I actually do a lot of consumer logic, or business logic as I would say. I think this needs to be cleaned up, and I'm going to do it for users. It's a bit weird, but I think the original endpoint shouldn't really do any kind of user logic. It should do validation, like the inputs are valid. I don't get malformed input, which actually Rust does for me, Rocket does for me actually. And then you should just call one function to handle the request. This will allow it to be a lot more modular because the handling code can be set one layer away from the interface. What that means is if I want to create command line tools, that the HTTP interface is one layer and the actual handling is a separate layer, and then the database is another layer. That will allow me to stack layers where I would like. For instance, stack a different kind of interface, maybe a GUI interface for people who want to access and modify the database directly. The only way you could do that is actually get onto my machine, but that's a different story. So what I was saying is I kind of want to keep this function bare bones. There's too much business logic going on here. It's checking if I should do something. When I expand this, it's not going to be easy. So I'm going to do this somewhat correctly here for users, and almost just blindly forward. So I have to do this weird, very weird loop, and the result will just be handle user's request. All right, and I'm going to forward parameters. So I'm going to have to take a database connection. That's fine. It seems a little leaky. Yeah, it's fine. And the user request, again, so what I'm going to do is abstract away the fact that the user request is JSON, because that's an artifact of the HTTP. The fact that I'm using HTTP to send this data, in the function handle user request, it should only see Rust types, so it doesn't know that it's coming from JSON. Makes it a lot easier to kind of just write the code. So the way, now how do I actually do that? I forgot. If I go here, the way I turn it into inner, perfect. Into inner, and that's it. So this is what I think every single endpoint should look like here. They should just be calling these kind of handler functions, but these handle functions should be moved into a different module, again, to do proper namespacing. They could be called handlers, and the function is called user requests. A lot of improvements that can be made, but yeah, a lot of improvements that can be made. Actually, I don't want to pass a reference. There's no reason for me to pass a reference to the pool. I can just pass it here. Ba, 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 ba. Capitalized. I realize I haven't compiled in a while. It's always worrying, especially when writing Rust. What is going on here? It also doesn't auto format if it doesn't understand the syntax, which means I probably messed something up. But we're gonna keep going. Actually, let's do a compile. This is getting a bit ridiculous. Move this here because you can't see it, and here are 100 errors. Yep, makes sense. Right, this needs to return now a anyhow result with a user response. Then this probably needs to be a JSON user response, and instead of weird OK semantics, it should look like that. Again, this should match, or it needs to be wrapped in a JSON. Again, so this is again, sorry, I said again like 6 times. This is what I mean by the abstraction layer. Here, this JSON information, only relevant to the HTTP request. This wrapping on the response error, again, only relevant to the HTTP request. None of this matters from the handling side. So making another function makes a lot of sense. Let's just return nothing. That's okay. Let's see what other bugs we get. Similar named users response? No, it should be. My endpoint is called users. I'm going to change my endpoint to called user. Done. A single user comes to this endpoint and they request something, or you request something on a single user. I defined this twice because I'm a fool. I just don't want this error to occur, but I have no way to fix it. User action, right? So the user action should be deserialized only. Just because it's incoming. We never actually send a user action outwards. So, Rust links, no. Serialize, okay, I lied. Oh, my user requests also should only be deserialized. I think we talked about this last time, where I add serialize here for my habits because I want to use it for testing. I want to easily be able to send a habit response inside Rust to test my own Rust server. But in theory, a habit response, everything I said was wrong. A habit request doesn't need to be serialized. A request is coming externally, and I'm going to deserialize it into something Rust understands. Nowhere should, through the regular flow, do I really need to serialize it. I only add it because I want to do testing, and I haven't figured out how to use like a procedural macro to be like testing only. I don't actually know how to do that. But it doesn't matter much. It is okay, cool. We have things and things are doing things. Okay, so this is going to handle user requests. This is going to need to create and delete a habit. So database habit creates a habit, it marks unmarks. This is going to be fun. Okay, so we need to create a user. So let's do that. Flutter, are you needed? Why are you even here? Okay, let's be smart about this. If we stack this, move this way, and create a new pane. No, just use this one. Okay, I've just stacked these two because they're not very relevant. The Flutter one just needs to be running so I can look at it occasionally, but I don't need to access it at the moment. What I do need to access at the moment is the server, so I run the server, and it will fail. That's fine. And I hate this, I hate this, I hate this, I hate this. I need to fix my path so it doesn't create those folders. I think it's xdg home is where it looks for those, like where my home directory is. I think I've put it here, but I don't like. Anyway, not relevant. Let's focus up here. We need to create a user file. So this is going to be the interface to the database for the users. It kind of sucks that I only have databases here. I really like the way this file is organized, where it only has to do with users. Only has to do with habits. I'm going to rename this. The problem of if I rename this is that if I rename this to habit, then the namespace is wrong. You no longer have the namespace of database, which I really want. What I mean by that is if you look at our routes, we can do things like this, database habit, which allows us to clearly see that we're dealing with a database type here. This type that I'm going to create is going to interface with the database. So I really want that namespace to stay, and the way I should do that in Rust, from what I understand, is create a module. And the module should contain a database, and it also should contain a habit. So it should be a database module, and inside it includes, like, it re-exports habits and users. Am I going to do that? No, I'm going to do that as part of the cleanup. So instead, we're going to move fast and we're going to get things working. I always leave things off for far too long. I should do a lot of these things now rather than later, but I really just want to get end to end by the end of the stream. I'm hearing a ringing sound. I don't like this song. I think it rings and I keep thinking something outside is ringing, so we're going to skip it. Okay. This is a struct representing a user. It extracts the SQL queries away. Very cool. Yep. How do you create a user? I'm sure it will be identical to... Interesting, I made it public. Why did I do that? Why didn't I just create a new function instead of making this public? Poor choices. These should not be public. You don't need this to be public. I'm going to do this in the middle. It's easier to read that one. Alright, I'm going to steal a pool connection. So I take it by move semantic. I'm not going to take it by reference because it's mine. I own it. The user now owns this pool. I'm surprised that I had to pass it lifetimes here. I guess, right, it owns it. There's no lifetimes. It's owned by the signature here. So I take a pool connection. It's going to be interesting if we decide to share pool connections, but I doubt that's something we want to do. Okay, let's make sure that compiles. I'm going to get rid of this error whilst I work on the databases. So the way I'm going to do that is just get rid of... I'm just going to return anyhow error. How do I create anyhow error from nothing? Yeah, anyhow exclamation. Not implemented. Don't need the semicolon and returning. Now my build should succeed, so that will help us figure out anyhow. Is it because I'm not using macros for anyhow? Wait, where do I even... Is it anyhow? That might be it. I should probably import anyhow. Anyhow, love it. Okay, this is... Now we can just focus on the database. That's a tray. Create a new connection to the database. You know what's kind of interesting? Here's an interesting thought. When I create, let's use the habits as an example. When I create a new habit, there is no guarantee that this habit exists in the database. There's no guarantee of anything like that, of that sort. We kind of do that lazily, as you'll see here. Every time we try to operate on the habit, ignoring add habit, we call get habit set today, but that's not the function I'm actually looking for. We call get ID or create. So for marking habit, we call get ID or create. For is the habit set today, we call get ID or create. So we always call this function because we don't know that the habit actually exists in the database yet. But we're creating a database habit object. So maybe in the constructor of the habit database object, we should query the database and either create the habit or do nothing. That way we don't have to do these extra checks in every function. As soon as you construct the habit database object, it is ready to be used. That's a kind of abstraction that you probably want. The only thing that makes me hesitant is I need to talk to my database in a new function. This kind of idea is a little strange, where when you're calling new, you actually do like an SQL request. Because that, if I saw that in code, I'd raise a few red flags. I want new to not be very complex, because it's going to now have to return errors and whatnot. So alternatively, what we can do is do a new step which creates it, and then we do a connect step. And here is where you pass in the connection. I don't know how much I like this, because now you need to remember to call two functions, which is also a bad abstraction. Because imagine I had like create. I don't need create. Delete, I guess. I guess that's an operation I'll call on a user. So this one should have self as well. If I have it delete, if I call this without calling connect, it will break. And if there's no reason to have a database object that's not connected to the database, then it shouldn't be allowed to be constructed. Why would I ever create new without calling connect? If I'm going to call new without calling connect, then I should, if I always am going to call connect after new, then I should put connect inside new. You shouldn't be able to construct one of these objects without it being connected. Is it that bad to connect to the database in my new? I mean, maybe it's not that bad. Using the example of destructors, sometimes people run logic in destructors as well. For example, closing files. I usually think constructors and destructors shouldn't do too much of that stuff, but I like the idea of resource allocation is initialization. When you get a resource, it's ready to be used. Let's just do it. We could play it. I like the idea. I like the notion. Why is this not formatting? I have a feeling I have an error somewhere. I'm going to quickly check. I don't have an error. I guess this is the correct format. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to create a user and I'm going to do user connect. So I'm going to still call connect. Like the code essentially looks the same, except now connect is a private function. That essentially always gets called. And what connect is going to do, I think I'm just going to call it create. So what it's going to do is when you create one of these user objects, it's actually going to create it in the database, which isn't that bad because you're going to be calling database user new. Like, look at that function name. That already looks like it's going to create it in the database. So it's going to create it lazily if it needs to. If it doesn't, not lazily, it's going to create it if it needs to. If it's already there, it won't do anything. I'm copying this because I think it's going to be very similar. The create function. Also, what is this name? Why is it called create habit? It's already a method on a habit. None of these should have the word habit in them. Okay, I'm getting too pedantic here. We need to stay focused on actually functionality. Create a habit in the database. Create a user. Oh, you know what I actually really like? Also, something that is actually quite interesting that I learned from here is we also want to get the ID. This is something that we always need. So let's just store it here. The user ID. Again, this saves us SQL queries. Because the way I think of this is if someone's going to make a request to the database, I feel like they're going to make another request. For instance, if they're deleting something or if they're marking habits, usually you kind of do it in quick succession. So I think there is an optimization we can do here by keeping these users and habits alive with their IDs and these objects alive, and kind of clean them up lazily when we run low on memory, or when after like a certain time we'll clean up these objects. There's no reason we have to clean it, destroy one every time. Holding this connection around might be a bad idea, we'll have to see, but that's an optimization for later when we have real users, which we don't. I mean, we do have real users, I'm a real user, but we don't have a lot of users. And I'm going to try to focus as much as I can not on these optimizations, but they're just fun to talk about. Fun to think about, potentially for later. Okay, so insert into users, is that what my scheme is called? Schema. Yep, it is called users, so insert into users. User is the name. Okay, and yeah, I need to optimize this, that's fine as well. Actually, wait, I don't need to get the last row inserted. Can I just return it from here? Insert and return a value. SQL. Please explain to me. Output. This output doesn't work, I'm pretty sure, because I'm using SQLite or SQLite. I looked at this exact post I think the other day, and I don't think I found a good way to do it, from what I remember. It's fine. Again, what I just said is I'm not going to focus on these optimizations. These are very easy optimizations to think about at another time. What I'm going to do instead is just do another SQL query. It's straightforward. Okay, so this query could fail, but we don't mind it failing. Wait, can it fail? Wait, it might fail. Hold on. Actually, no, it can fail. That's bad. Okay, so we don't want it to fail. Here, let's say let insert result. So I want to see what happens if the row is already found. What is this syntax? Case is okay. So if it's okay, then that's fine. I don't think it passes anything. Let's say do nothing. Thank you. But on the error case, I want to check the error that SQLX error already exists, unique. I need to check what this error is because I want to use the failure case to be okay, in a sense that if it already exists, then it's already been created, and then that's fine. I think the error that we'll get here is actually a uniqueness error. This constraint failure error. So I'm trying to look for something to do with constraints. Let's look at the SQLX documentation. Another way to do this is just test it, I guess. There's a typo there. Constraint name. Oh, that's what I want. I want the constraint unique username to fail. Why is this lowercase e? What is the uppercase e? I guess that's an enum of errors. Or generic error. Here we go. So this is just a database error. this is not too fun. There's an error, which is database error. I'm not a fan of these nested, not a big fan of these nested match statements, but that's okay. And I guess we'll use, is there a code? I don't see how it could have a code. Yeah, this is that's not the error. It has to be checked by string, because how else do you know what kind of error this is? I guess you could have a unique error, but let's assume it's by string. I'm just gonna quickly log here. I still haven't set up a logger, something I'm gonna do as well. Error.constraint. Okay, so if, oops, okay, so I'm gonna have to do it nested with more, okay, log, okay, and if the error is, let's use the forward error. If the error, okay, no, that makes no sense. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking at if error.constraint name so that's going to return me an optional, which means I actually want to unwrap it, but if it doesn't exist, no, let's just say this. Sure. That's a better way. I don't want to call isSum and then call constraint name twice. I actually think Rust will optimize this out, but let's sure. So if it's none, do not pull through, that's fine. If there is some constraint, oh, we're gonna have a lot of nesting here. If there's some constraint, sure, maybe, just so I can steal the name constraint name. If there is some constraint name, if constraint name, this kind of sucks that we have to do a string compare here. I feel like I wish there's a better way. Can you compare strings? That's not a string. That's a reference to a string. That compare pointers. Strings. Oh, you can compare reference to strings. Nice. If it's unique username, else do nothing. Actually, we don't even need an else. Return okay. I have a better idea. Why is this called fetch result? What am I even doing? How did I even get here? I was filling in this statement and suddenly I edited it down here. But anyway, what I was saying was I was going to capture the error from insert, but that's complex. Like I need to check if it's a unique constraint. I need to check if it's the right thing, and it probably is the right thing to do because you want to make sure it's the error that you're expecting. But instead, I'm going to silently drop the error that constraint has been violated. So I'm actually going to silently drop all the errors here. The reason I think that's not actually that bad here is even if there was an error here, let's say there was actual error with the database and it wasn't this constraint, then my next SQL query will probably fail as well. And this one I'll propagate up the errors as we see here. So I think it's okay. So this is going to create it. If it fails to create, then it just doesn't do anything. And then we're going to try to fetch the result. And this works as expected. We're going to select the ID from users where username equals to user. So if we actually received an error, we'll return an error, otherwise we're going to return what ID we fetched. And that's the user ID. An ID must exist because we just inserted it. Make that sound. Missing ID. Yes, you're right. Oops, opened the wrong set. Okay, so when we call, how did this even compile? English. My monitor is fairly big. It is 42 inches. It's the new Dell 42 inch one actually. 43 inches. This one? Yeah, I think it's this one. This is what I have. I think. It's big. It's one of these ones. It's one of the new ones that was released in 2020. It might not be exactly this one, but I have that as my main monitor. I also have a 27-inch monitor on the side here. This is the one that has all my streaming things. It's a fairly big monitor, I'm not gonna lie. The setup I am used to at work is actually, I think, actually the monitor to my right is 32 inches, so, and it's put vertically. But I'm used to the TIE Fighter format, where you have like, I have a 30-inch in the middle, a 30-inch vertically here, and a 30-inch vertically here. That's how I'm used to programming. I decided to try out this one, try out a bigger monitor. I've enjoyed it. But mostly just because I didn't want to buy it. I came to my new place with only one monitor at home, and I didn't want to buy two monitors, so I just got a big one to see how it is, and it's nice. You can see I actually have i3 gaps on, which you can see where my mouse is. Because this monitor isn't curved, if I have this on full screen, actually this side kind of gets a little blurred, and down here it's a little blurred. That's why I have all these gaps everywhere. But yeah, big monitor. Oh, I don't need to return create. I just need to do self.id equals ID. So my new function can fail now. Again, like I said, I'm not a fan of a new function that can fail. But I don't think, I think this is the appropriate abstraction. I think this is the appropriate abstraction. I'm happy with this, even though it can fail. This is also a little weird how we don't set it here and then we set it later. Very weird, actually. I wonder if I shouldn't make this a member function, but create takes a name, a connection, and then returns an ID, and then I create my user afterwards. Minor differences that I will not think about, because we're moving fast here. I think about this a lot when I'm at work, these small things. That's probably why I talk about it a lot here. What's the error? Opening gross matches that one. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Oh, it's because of the mismatch of the deliver. That's why. Expected identifier. You're right. Spot on. Rust compiler is so smart. Okay, don't remove some files by accident. What kind of setup do you use, Ailish? Do you use an ultra wide? Do you use lots of monitors? I'm always curious what setup people use. So I probably have pretty strong opinions on. I don't have strong opinions on what people should do. That definitely not. People can do whatever they want. I have strong opinions on what I like. Why is this async? Oh, my new function is asynchronous. This is getting hairier by the second. What kind of new function is asynchronous? This is almost, I think the problem that I'm having here is I'm calling this a new function on users where really I think it should be a factory method. Maybe a factory static function, which is like create user. Because that would help me with the problem that I'm having, which is new should not do so much work. It should just create the object. And if you need to do a lot more work, then create a factory function. I'm thinking if I should take my own advice. Wait, new is a factory function. What am I talking about? It's just because I called it new. I hope to get users done today. At least on the server side. The client side, I think I'll wait till next time. Then I have no idea what I'll do. Maybe we can do... I have no idea what we can do. Maybe we can react to some videos on stream if AO is still here. I think he wanted me to do that last time. Or we can do leak code questions, or we can... I don't know. We'll find out if I ever finish this. Okay, what am I up to? So when I create a new, it's going to create and connect to the database. Very cool, so I've already done the create function. Now all I need to do is delete. And then I'm done. Which delete should be trivial. Oh, this is interesting. This is a problem I didn't have before in the habits, which is, it's actually not a problem now because we create a new object for every request. But I was thinking if I kept these requests around, let's say I had a habit and I kept it around and I created and deleted things very frequently, it would be fine because if I actually deleted something from the database, it will recreate it in terms of the habit. But what I'm talking about here is when a user gets deleted, what happens when you call delete again? Oh wait, it just returns an error. Okay, I'm creating problems that don't exist. This is fun. We're transitioning to no thinking speed coding because I'm going crazy. I think I implemented delete. If it matches the user ID, which we always assume exists because we created it, you can't have this object without having a user ID now, so that's fine. And when we actually find something to delete, we return true that it was deleted. Otherwise, we return, hey, we couldn't find this object. Maybe there's some logic you want to do, maybe not. Oh, you actually get a row here. Interesting. What row you deleted? This expression has type U64. What if this fails? Oh, I have a question mark here. Lovely. Lovely. Okay, so I think this part works. Now, on my endpoint side, I need to handle a user request. So we'll match, not match. Well, we'll match. We'll match on the user request.action. Actually, the first thing we need to do is create the user. Now this signature is going to look different because it is actually doing work. So it's different to the habits. I'll have to spend some time sleeping on whether I like this or not to adjust it to habits, but it works. If the action is to create, simple. Let's user.create. Actually, if the actions create, we don't do anything because we always create it. Cool, I guess. Which seems broken. I think what I have to do here is if someone requests to create a user, I need to return whether or not I needed to create it. So duplicates, I need to return that information. I currently do not return the information. I'll lazily create it. Maybe I don't. Again, we'll see if we get this down the road, but actually doing nothing here, I think it's fine. I don't know when the user should actually care. If someone is requested to my server to create a user, all they want to know is that has been created. They don't really care if I actually did the work. Which is different. That reasoning I also applied yesterday in reverse for habits, which was I said that the user doesn't really care if I mark the habit. I think it needs to be, I'm adding a lot of features, but I'm adding a lot of technical debt here. There are some decisions I've made which I'm not a big fan of, but let's get the users to work and we'll go back and do a cleanup stream. How exciting, a cleanup stream. Yeah, I've done terrible things with this user. The user delete creates a user and then deletes it. I said if row not found, it's going to return false, but this is never possible because the user is always created. Like I said, we create it eagerly. Maybe I built the right interface when I was using using habits. Because this seems more broken than what I had before. But do you know what? It's broken if you look at the code. But from a user perspective, it works. And again, we will wait until we implement it. And user response. Do we really want to return a response? So at the moment, we actually don't have the information if it's going to succeed, so I'm going to get rid of the response for now. I guess we return a JSON bool. I'll leave it as JSON just because that's what's expected on the flood application side. And it's what I'm going to use for now. Okay, awesome. new takes the name first? No. Take the connection first. Can I not save it? What's happening here? New takes a connection and then a string, which is what I did. Connection. Ah, this is not a connection. So the syntax. Acquire. Wait. So these are mutable, which makes sense. They all should be mutable. Okay, they all are. Okay, it does make sense. I for some reason I thought the habits weren't mutable. Okay, so we have users to be created. They do nothing, but you can create them. I want to create a user, please. And if I could remember the syntax, let me go back to the test. Test us somehow in this database. Margin, sure. Okay, so the user request has the username. Let's use my name. And the action. So remember what we do here for the action is we just pass it as a string. Here we have create. Let's also create delete, so we'll save this as delete user. Okay, so HTTP post to my user endpoint. I'm running this locally, I'm not actually running it on the server anymore, so I should do that, localhost. And I'll just pipe in create user, and let's see what happens. I did rerun the server, so you couldn't find the endpoint, I assume, 404, yes. Why is that formatted funny? Don't know. Also 404, and I think I know why this time, is because this endpoint hasn't been registered here. Now the endpoint's registered, third time's a charm. I'm surprised they didn't complain about unused code. The fact that this endpoint wasn't being used anywhere at all. Usually complains. Rust is good at complaining. Malformed. Expected create has to be capital. Case sensitive. That makes sense because the email must be case sensitive. Username and user. Yes. Correct. Yeah, so this was what I was talking about before. I should intentionally unuse it, intentionally explain why it's not used and assign it to a variable, but that's fine. Yeah. Don't actually know what that is. We'll fix that at some point. Let's see. Created a user. Awesome. Delete my user. Awesome. Delete my user again. Now let's create a user, and if I create it twice, it doesn't crash my server. Great. Let's verify this actually happens in the database. There I am, a real user of this application. Let's clone myself and create myself again. And there I am. And let's delete my original self and make the clone replace myself, because the clone is a superior version of myself. And thus completes our journey to create users. Definitely doesn't complete our journey to create users. We can create users now, but they're no way integrated into the habits. When you do a habit request, we need to figure out, like the simple thing to do here for the habit request is actually pass a user name to the request string. But I want to think a little bit more about how cookies and how authentication is going to work. Because if I just pass a username to the habit string now, this will allow anyone to add to anyone else's habits, which actually might not be bad as an initial starting point. But for now, I'm happy with what we've done. So let's, I mean, by happy, I mean some of the code I've written today is less than ideal. But I'm happy we got users up again. Even though the edge cases aren't completely handled, that's okay. Perfect is the enemy of good. But in this case, we're not even at good. We're at, I don't even know where we're at. I also realized I literally typed each file to add manually instead of just using -u for my git command. It's been, I feel like it's been a long day. What am I doing? I'm committing users. So this hasn't been integrated into habits. We're just creating and deleting users. And that's it. I also, that was what I wanted to mention. Which I need to refactor this to unify with, habits. We'll spend some time thinking of what an appropriate interface is for our habits and our users. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so far we have a real application that runs, which I can run on my phone. I can delete habits and I can actually use it. So where is my, wait. So that's the thing actually that I haven't set up very quickly, because I don't handle errors. When my server's down and my request doesn't get sent on my phone, it doesn't actually register that. It doesn't do anything. I need to send acknowledgements from my server that this actually worked and handled that. And the piece of code that I'm talking about in particular is this one, which is when I make a request, I get the response and I log it. I don't do anything with it. I need to check that that's okay, because I could get a HTTP error not found, internal error. I could even get a server error, or I could just get a 404. At the moment, my app doesn't care and assumes the server is sturdy, never changes, the endpoint's always stable. And that's not a safe assumption. What I am going to do is bring back up the server so I can use this tomorrow. Wrong server. Move that one. Even though this server is actually up to date, it doesn't have users, but it doesn't really matter, because the users don't do anything anyway. I don't have an interface to create users either. But I will add a habit called Livestream coding, and let's make that a daily thing. And if I mark it, lovely, Livestream coding has been done. I wish I could mark it for yesterday, but I can't. What else can I do? What was I going to do? I was actually going to clean up the database, because manually, that is. This is a very duct tape project. I have to say so myself. Hope that worked. So live stream coding, do it. Great. I'm skeptical that actually worked. I don't think it worked. Why was there nothing? I expected there to be more than... Okay. Hello? Oh, it's this weird scenario where the server uses, when I delete the database, the server still connects to more or less a temporary database. The unmarked must have failed. Okay, so now, okay, not working, huh? I'm gonna remove this database completely. Now the server should not work, but it still somehow does work. Do you know why? Because this is my local and this is my DigitalOcean droplet, and I've been playing with the database on my DigitalOcean. I've been playing with the server on my DigitalOcean droplet, but using the database on my local machine. There's no trash command on my DigitalOcean machine. We're doing this manually. Cool. So now, actually, let's open up this. Let's just do tmark. Let's just run the server. Then we'll crash the server and bring it back up. So we marked one habit. Yes. No idea why that doesn't work. Library used is incorrect. If it doesn't work, try again. Okay, apparently I've broken everything without touching anything, which is kind of impressive if you ask me. Did I not? Because this change I'm running doesn't have any of the user changes that I've just done. But my database is just fried. Okay, well, that is really unfortunate, because that means I can't use this tomorrow. Unless I figure out why. But I'm not too keen to figure out why. Okay, I feel like this is going to be a rabbit hole. We're going to fix this, but just not right now. I think we're going to call it for a day of coding. I think we've done some pretty great things today. I'm happy with what we got done. We did, yeah, a bunch of things. How long was that? Oh, it's a solid 4 hours on the dot. Perfect timing. Yeah, we got a bunch of features done today, which is, I'm happy with that. I need to obviously have all of these to do, so kind of, but one of the big ones, so one of the things I do want to do is make the repo public. I also want to fix code not working. I guess that's a generic way to say it. But that's it. So I think that's it for the coding portion. Yeah, really happy with what I got done today. I'm always fascinated how productive programming is when I'm streaming. I'm pretty sure I should start streaming during my work times streaming during work, so I can get a bunch of promotions because I'm very productive and not distracted. But that's the end. I have no idea what to do now. We can transition to a variety stream. We can transition to a gaming stream, or we can. I do want to get my mic, and I can set that up. But if anyone watching actually has anything in mind, we can do something. But yeah, for coding, I'm pretty fried. Oh, these images are good. I want to keep these images, but no, this one's kind of ugly. I want to keep the other image, which I can't believe I closed and deleted. What are we doing? We're doing nothing. Let's lock that. Alright, I'm gonna be right back and actually go pick up my microphone. And then we can do some variety streaming. There's AO, that's what I was looking for. Let me know what variety streaming we should do. We can do some. I was watching Gorge C play Keep Talking or we all explode. So keep talking or we don't die. Keep talking and nobody explodes. I remember playing that. I don't know if you remember AO, we played that. That was a good fun. I was looking to see if there are any DLCs because that was a fun game to play. But I'll be right back. I'm gonna get my microphone and let me know if there are anything you want to do. I think, yeah, that is a throwback. Throwback indeed. I was going to say we could do some, we play some games, but aren't you working at the moment? So maybe not. I might just end the stream here. Let me get back at my microphone. I'm going to set that up on stream, and then if you don't think of anything, that can just end the stream. That's cool too. So I'll be right back. Listen to some lo-fi hip hop whilst I'm gone.